come. Start my video. Okay, fine. It has come now.
That's
okay,
right.
I think now I'm okay. Good. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, I'm not able to hear anything now.
Hi, Suzanne. If you can just keep on your video, please.
Sure. Just give me a second. Yeah. I'll just do it right here. It's just video. What'd you say, hon? No.
So very good morning and namaste to everyone from IIT Kharagpur side. So we will formally start the session now.
Namaste everyone. I am Priyanka Mishra, a research scholar at IIT Kharagpur. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the 9th International Conference on Power Systems, ICPS 2021. This is hosted by IIT Kharagpur this year. Under the theme of ICPS 2021 is Development Towards Inclusive Growth for Sustainable and Resilient Grid. Active participation of all the attendees is requested. The dignitaries of the inaugural program have joined the session physically as well as in online mode. We will initiate the program by lamp lighting followed by Saraswati Vandana. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed for lamp lighting.
we are working more for camera.
Yes, so the camera is following us.
Yeah, that's good. Where is this?
It's good.
Now, Mrs. and Mr. Ghosh will sing the Vanna. Please, everyone, stand up in the respect. Thank you. Now I will request Professor Subodh Bajpayee, the organizing chair of ICPS 2021, to proceed the session.
Thank you, Priyanka. Namaste. Warm greetings to all of you from ICPS 2021 and IIT Kharagpur. Myself, Prabodh Bajpayee, feeling proud and privileged to serve as organizing chair of 9th edition of International Conference on Power Systems, ICPS 2021. We are extremely honored to have Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General of International Solar Alliance, as the chief guest of the inaugural program. I extend my sincere thanks to patron of ICPS 2021, Professor V.K. Tiwari, Director, IIT Kharagpur. We welcome Mr. Manu Asthana, President and CEO of PGM Interconnection, as inaugural keynote speaker for the inaugural program. We welcome Professor Sri Krishna Kapade as the chairman of ICPS Core Steering Committee. We also welcome greatly Professor Siddharth Mukhopadhyay, Head Department of Electrical Engineering and School of Energy Science and Engineering, as Advisory Committee Chair of ICPS 2021, and Professor A.K. Pradhan, General Chair of ICPS 2021. This conference is organized by Department of Electrical Engineering and School of Energy Science and Engineering jointly, and hosted by IEEE Kharagpur section with the IEEE joint PES and IES chapter UP section as a technical sponsor. The inspiration behind ICPS 2021 is to encourage the researchers to disseminate their research for larger benefit of society in the area of smart and sustainable energy, as well as to gain, share, and explore the knowledge in the field of power engineering under the theme of developments towards inclusive growth of sustainable and resilient grid. ICPS 2021 focuses on modern power system, electricity markets, smart grid, renewable energy, distributed generation, and system integrations. We have received several innovative papers, and we could include 108 contributory papers in 9 different tracks with 5 parallel sessions. There are 4 invited tutorial talks and 16 invited keynote talks. There are 10 invited papers and 2 industry academia joint panel session discussions also involved in the conference program. The conference program will also provide opportunity for industries for promotion and branding through virtual exhibition stalls provided on the virtual portal of ICPS, along with their industrial presentation session. The financial sponsorship by Power Grid Corporation of India Limited, POSOCO, Opal RT Technologies, CSC Limited, National Power Training Institute, and Central Power Research Institute, Bangalore, are highly appreciated. I further extend my great gratitude to all the members who have supported this conference. And taking it forward, I request Professor Sri Krishna Kapade to deliver his address as a chairman of Core Steering Committee of ICPS 2021. Sir, Professor Kapade, kindly unmute your mic.
Hello.
Sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I welcome all participants, invited speakers, experts, and guests attending the 9th ICPS at IIT Kharagpur. The first edition of the ICPS was held at Tribhuvan University in Nepal in 2004. And that time, we did not envisage that it will go for a very long journey like this, but it has come through very well, and it has established itself as one of the major conferences, international conferences in India. The conferences, this is the 9th edition, and the conferences were held at Nepal, then CPRI Bangalore, then IIT Kharagpur, then IIT Madras, then again in Nepal, then in IIT Delhi, then COEP Pune, then NIT Jaipur, and from NIT Jaipur, now we are back again in IIT Kharagpur, which is the second term. It's very heartening to see that the quality of the papers and quality of conferences is continuously improving. And I really thank Power System community for their excellent response to this conference. The papers are now, of course, all of them will be published in IEEE Explore. The new thing which is introduced in this edition is the award sessions. We have introduced an award for low dispatch centers for the first time, and also PPSA award is now being, of course, the ceremony will be held as a part of this conference, which is also nice. I would like to thank Mr. S.K. Suni for this particular suggestion which he has given. I observed that what has happened, actually, it was, of course, a dream that we wanted to increase the academic industry relationship. And fortunately, I can see that there is a very good support in this edition from Power Grid as well as POSOCO. So that's very nice to see that there is an increased interaction between academic and the industry. Now, of course, there are bids to host this conference from international level. The other countries like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Thailand, they have also shown interest in this conference, which is the testimony that this conference is being accepted internationally, and there is very good participation from. And if you see the schedule of the conference, you can see very good amount of international participation. And I appreciate really the amount of efforts which IIT Kharagpur has put to make this a grand success. And I wish a grand success to this particular conference. And I'm sure that in future, the power system community has accepted this conference as a very good conference. And I'm sure about the grand success in future also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kapade. And thank you very much, sir. You have been our source of inspiration for several years. And thank you very much for the support for this edition as well. Now, I request Professor Siddharth Mukhopadhyay, Head of Department of Electrical Engineering and School of Energy Science, as well as he has served as an advisory committee chairman for ICPS 2021. Sir.
Chief guest, His Excellency Dr. Ajay Mathur, patron and our director, Professor V.K. Tiwari, keynote speaker, Sri Manu Asthana, chairman of the core steering committee of ICPS, Professor Kapade, my colleagues of the institute, participants of the conference, other guests and members of audience, ladies and gentlemen. A most heartily welcome to ICPS 2021 from the Department of Electrical Engineering and the School of Energy Science and Engineering. It is my privilege to introduce the Department of Electrical Engineering and the School of Energy Science and Engineering to you briefly now. The Department of Electrical Engineering was established along with the institute in 1951 and is one of the oldest electrical engineering departments of post-independent India. It specializes in power and energy, power electronics and drives, instrumentation and signal processing, and control systems. We run 2 Bachelor of Technology honors programs, one in the area of electrical engineering and other in the area of instrumentation engineering. We also run 4 postgraduate MTech programs in the 4 areas of specialization that I've mentioned. We have a very significant research program leading to PhD, and we also do a very impressive amount of sponsored research. In particular, related to the theme of the conference, we have significant research programs in the area of solar photovoltaics, battery storage management, electric vehicles and their charging infrastructure, microgrids, just to name a few. Now coming to the School of Energy Science and Engineering, this was established somewhat recently in 2018 and is a young academic unit of the institute trying to grow fast. Here, the faculty of the school also focuses on solar PV and battery storage, solar thermal, and bioenergy, more from a scientific point of view, I mean a science point of view. The research program of the school is quite interdisciplinary, and it runs with strong participation of several other departments of the institute. We also run an MTech program in energy science and engineering. And between the department and school, as we grow, we are trying to build bridges between our academic and research programs. We all wished that we could take you to our department and school physically, but that is not to be, at least not yet. But I mean, hopefully someday, maybe in a future ICPS. Once again, I welcome you to the ICPS 2021. There cannot be a more significant time to discuss power and energy issues. The way power and energy has been connected with climate change and development, it seems to be the pivot on which human future seems to balance. It's a very, very critical topic for the world. In the Indian context, our commitments for climate change and our very significant initiatives for Make in India programs make it critical that we grow in our knowledge, our competency, our research in this area. So it's a very, very, very timely, a very timely initiative, and I'm very happy that our institute, our department, and our school is actually able to contribute to these significant causes. So that is all. Thank you. Please enjoy the conference and make it fruitful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mukhopadhyay, and really your help was enormous all the time in all the modes, and that's how we have taken this shape today. And thank you again. Now I request Professor V.K. Tiwari, Director, IIT Kharagpur, and the patron of ICPS 2021, to kindly address his talk.
Good morning and welcome to all of you here. First of all, I would like to thank my faculty colleagues, Professor Mukhopadhyay, Professor Bajpayee, Professor Pradhan, Professor Amit Patra, and all the faculty friends who are here, the non-faculty, the students in this room, for the very fact that this is the second time that ICPS has come to IIT Kharagpur and they are hosting it. I know that hosting an international conference is not a matter of joke. In fact, what is the difference between this particular conference and a conference which we used to hold well before the pandemic? Only the logistics. Otherwise, everything else is there. You have to have several papers, you have to have reviewers, you have to have people who will go through the details of the paper, so that I understand that this is also going to be published in IEEE Exposure or something. What is it?
Yes, sir. IEEE Explore.
Yes, Explore. So that's a great thing that my faculty friends and staff and students have done over here. Thank you very much. And I would like to congratulate each one of you for this particular effort. I would like to welcome on behalf, personal behalf, as well as behalf of IIT Kharagpur to His Excellency, Dr. Ajay Mathurji, who is the chief guest for today. I think, sir, we would like to thank you for accepting our invitation for this particular conference. I'm sure your experience and the knowledge that you have and the direction that you are giving through the International Solar Alliance will go a long way in motivating the young people who are working in these areas. Well, this particular department, as Professor Mukhopadhyay has said, started in 1951. In fact, most of the departments in this institute started in 1951, except 3 departments. One is the Department of Agriculture Engineering, the other one is Architecture, and the other one is Naval Architecture. After that, of course, we had several offshoots of the departments which went into centers, schools, and of course, academy today. Well, the theme behind this is power systems. In fact, we are talking of energy, and it's a topic that we must think, because energy in all cost. Yesterday, I was talking to one of the persons from ISKCON, and he was saying that, okay, we should be, the leaders must have some idea about the God. I said, God is nothing but spiritual energy. So while you are talking of energy, energy is everywhere. We are talking of conserving energy. We are talking of new forms of energy. Professor Mukhopadhyay was talking that they have in this school itself, as well as the department, several acts which are going on. We are talking of now electric vehicles. We are talking of the batteries, the work which our faculty colleagues are doing at this department. We know that there is a great importance of energy, whether you talk of hydrogen energy, whether you are talking of water energy, because water is going to be the talk of the decade in the years to come now. We have one side a lot of water, the other side there is no water. So there are such energies are required. What is important in this case is that we need to have, see, we have been working in these areas for a long time. We are talking of artificial intelligence. Today, all these tools of 5G, and then we are talking of Industry 4.0, somebody is talking of 5.0. I think we need to focus our studies. Personally, I feel that we do have to go in for a targeted way of looking at certain product. Because ultimately what the society or what the whole world is looking from each one of us, all the researchers, as we are talking of Atmanirbhar Bharat, I think we are talking of how do we come out of our laboratories and put the things into practice. I'm sure my friends have done a lot of products which are there, but it appears that we are yet to go to the society and tell us that, look, this is what we have done. And therefore, there is a need for a concentrated effort. And let there be a group of faculty, in fact, interdisciplinary faculty, think of, okay, product in 2023, 2024, we are going to bring out this product and let them work on that. They need not take classes. They take few classes, but let them dedicate into that. And what is important is you involve your students. Now we have the brightest students. We should take advantage of these second years, first year, leave it. But after second years, involve them. Give them some credit for that involvement. Do the research with them. Today, this is an inclusive way of looking at. We are talking of NEP 2020. In the NEP, there is a provision now made that you have National Research Foundation. And National Research Foundation talks of where? Of the industries, the academia, as well as the government. And I'm very happy to see that there is an industry session. In fact, there hardly used to be there in earlier times, industry session. But there is an industry session here, and industry is being given a platform. This is a good thing. Because until unless the industries come forward, we are not going to become Atmanirbhar. And therefore, there has to be a mechanism which the government has started with through NEP 2020. And that is, you find out what are the products which our industry persons can come across. They have to also pitch in certain ways. And why the government has put in certain restrictions on us when it was said that you cannot purchase anything below 200 crores and you cannot have anything global tender. It was only to put a deterrent to us so that we will be forced to do something inside. There are certain industries which are smaller industries. There is a need to catch up this smaller industry along with the bigger industries and have a consortium of research, targeted research along with the academics and the government. Therefore, what I would like that we should involve the students, the faculty, the senior faculty could mentor the younger faculty, and the younger fresh students are there. Let us have people from students from different locations, as we see in the industries, what they do in TCS and other IBM, bigger industries. There are targets given to each group that, okay, you have to do this much. Similarly, we can talk of, say, we are talking of the battery, we are talking of electric vehicles. Why can't we think of the components? And those components could be given to the different groups that, okay, you talk of these components, you think of the material. Let there be a group which should talk of the material of construction. So there should be parallel movement of the research. And therefore, by the end of 3 to 4 years, we will be coming out with certain product. I think, friends, I think this is the time we have to now show to the world how long we will be putting everything inside our research papers, in the addresses and the booklets. I think it is high time they should come out and be on the ground. I know many of our friends have done, this COVID has told us that you have to do something, Atmachintan you have to do. And that is, if you have Atmachintan, if you think of that you can come out with something beautiful or something product, I'm sure you will be talking of this institute to Atmanirbhar. I'm sure the galaxy of peoples who are there, the several persons who are giving lectures, I can see Manu Asthana ji, and several other people who will be giving lectures, the peers. So this is a good opportunity for the students, the faculty, and all over. Now, in fact, because of the pandemic, there is one good thing of such online. Now, the logistics are not there, but we are able to reach to across the globe, and many people can join this. So we can learn from each other, and then we can have more and more interactions later on. We must think of certain products. When we are talking of anything which comes out in online, we should be careful now because of the IPR. Therefore, when you talk of your products, be careful what you are talking so that somebody should not take your IPR. I think I mean it because this is a platform where today people are talking of there is a cost for even what I'm saying. So I would say that this conference with the online and with minimum logistics is giving more output in the form of exchange of ideas, concepts, designs, and hope that we will become Atmanirbhar. Our young friends will learn from us, and also we will learn from them. With this, I think I welcome each one of you, and I hope that this conference will be the best one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your sharing your vision and motivating us. Your patronship is very much important for successful completion of this conference. And thank you very much. Now, I request Dr. Manu Asthana, Director General of International Solar Alliance. So it's my privilege to introduce him. I'm sorry. Yeah. So Dr. Ajay Mathur The International Solar Alliance is headed by Director General, who leads the operations and carries out the functions of International Solar Alliance Secretariat, and it's responsible to ISA Assembly. The Director General has a term of 4 years and is eligible for re-election. Dr. Ajay Mathur holds the office of Director General presently. Prior to joining International Solar Alliance, Dr. Mathur was Director General of Energy and Resource Institute, TERI. At TERI, he has superheaded the move to accelerate action towards a low carbon and cleaner economy through promotion and adoption of renewable energy and green hydrogen in Indian electricity sector, enhancing efficiency in buildings and industry, and promoting environmental quality through institutional and policy measures to enhance air quality across the country, adoption of resource efficiency and waste recycling measures, and biotechnology-based solutions, especially for agriculture and industrial environment improvement. He was co-chair of Global Energy Transitions Commission and of Clean Cooling Initiatives of One Planet Summit. He earlier headed Indian Bureau of Energy Efficiency and was responsible for its foundational programs, which mainstreamed energy efficiency through initiatives such as Star Labeling Program for appliances and the Energy Conservation Building Code, and Perform, Achieve, and Trade Program for energy-intensive industries. He was the leading climate change negotiator and was the Indian spokesperson at Paris climate negotiations. He served as interim director of Green Climate Fund during its foundational period. Dr. Mathur received as a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from then University of Roorkee and master's and PhD degree from University of Illinois, USA. He has also received the Distinguished Alumnus Award from both his alma maters. He was appointed as Chevalier d'Ordre National de Merit by the President of France in recognition of his outstanding commitment to the preservation of environment and coping with energy-related challenges. Thank you, and I request Dr. Ajay Mathur to deliver his inaugural address. Sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bajpai. Also, Dr. Tiwari, it is such a pleasure to join you, albeit virtually. I wish that I could have been with you in person. Dr. Kaparde, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, Mr. Sthana, who's to speak, Professor Pradhan, many thanks for inviting me to this occasion. It's such a pleasure to be here, and especially at a time, as Professor Tiwari said, and as Professor Mukhopadhyay said, when the entire electricity system across the world is undergoing major change. We are looking at a transition. And as we look at this transition, we look at a grid tomorrow, which will be very different from the grid of today. And what I'd like to do is to share with you my thoughts on, one, what are the kinds of actions that are happening in the world, and two, what are the kinds of challenges that it puts to the grids that we see around us. And finally, what is it that ICPS could do in order to accelerate the adoption of successful challenges. If it is okay, if I can share a few slides.
Yes.
Okay. I hope you can see this slide.
Sir, we can see it.
Okay.
Kindly
Yeah.
make it full screen if possible. Yeah, thank you,
I've
sir.
done
It is
that.
visible.
Okay. So the first point that I wanted to leave with you, and this is more for purposes of setting the context to what I will say, is that in the past, particularly in the past 10 years, we've seen a significant drop in the price of renewable energy, to the point where today solar electricity is the cheapest form of electricity in many geographies in the world, including in India. The latest tenders have provided a price of 1.99 rupees per kilowatt hour for solar electricity as compared to a price of 3.5 rupees for coal-based electricity. However, I would like to emphasize that this price of solar electricity is only available when the sun is shining. This is an important caveat. But because of these falling prices, the demand for solar electricity has been increasing exponentially. The graph on the right-hand side shows how we have seen an increase in the added capacity to the point where we are over 100 gigawatts today. It's also very interesting to see the various projections that have been done. And what I've done is taken the numbers from the World Energy Outlook produced by the International Energy Agency. And you see how over the years they've tended to project the use of solar energy. And every time the growth has been much larger than has been projected by the leading international energy organization in the world. What this has done is therefore put a challenge for the grid as a whole. What kind of challenge? Well, the challenge is, as a distribution company, what kind of electricity do I buy? When the cost of renewable energy became less than the variable cost of electricity, it opened up a new gate, because there are many distribution companies who have long-term power purchase agreements with the distribution companies, where a fixed charge is paid whether they buy electricity or not. And this fixed charge really relates to the cost of the plant. Now, this is money that they're going to pay no matter what. But if the cost of renewable energy is less than the variable cost, then many distribution companies started saying, okay, if I have to buy electricity, let me buy, the additional amount I have to pay is less in the case of renewable energy, let me do that. The next point came a few years ago when the cost of renewable energy became less than the total cost of electricity from fossil fuels. This led to a major re-examination of the amount of electricity that we buy and where do we buy from. And across the world, we have seen that a lot of distribution companies started buying solar or wind electricity as and when it was produced. It just made sense. Nevertheless, the greatest problem that we have, as I said, is that the low price of solar energy or wind energy occurs when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing. What happens when it is not? So at night, fossil fuel-based electricity is still the cheapest electricity that we have in every part of the world, bar none, except of course those countries which have a dependence on hydro. So if you look at Norway or Bhutan, it's a different matter. But in any country where there is a dependence on fossil fuels are the cheapest form of electricity at night. So whether you use coal in India or gas in the US or in EU, those become the sources of electricity at night. But we are now between the dashed lines 2 and dashed line 3 on this, where we are looking at round-the-clock renewable electricity price being less than the cost of electricity from fossil fuels. It is the International Solar Alliance's estimation that in the next 4 years, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025, in those 4 years, we will see across the world the cost of round-the-clock electricity from renewables being cost competitive with electricity from fossil fuels. In other words, storage prices will drop to such an extent that the price of electricity produced from solar during the day used by us, also some of that solar electricity is used to charge the batteries, and at night we get electricity from batteries. This entire cost will be less than the cost of fossil fuels. This has huge implications for the grid system, because for one thing, you are looking at a future in which batteries become both consumers of electricity during the day and suppliers of electricity during the night. It is not rocket science to manage these entities, but typically what we have had are one-way power flows in the grid. What we are seeing is a bi-directional flow. And consequently, as we look to the future, we are therefore looking at a range of challenges to the grid that were not there when we worked with machines. We worked with fossil fuel based generation. So yes, of course, there is the issue of predictability to a very, very large extent that has been addressed, where now we have a large number of tools which can be used, if not to 100%, then to varying degrees of precision from 70% to 95%, predict what would be the amount of electricity generated from renewables on a 24-hour forecast period. I would say that this is a challenge that has largely been resolved, though its implementation is still not as wide as we would like it to be. The second issue, which I mentioned a moment ago, is that of intermittency. Solar and wind produce electricity when the sun shines and when the wind blows. What about the other times? And that is why storage is so important. And the work which is being done at IIT Kharagpur on storage helps us move in the direction of round-the-clock electricity. We are looking at a future where the price of batteries, by the way, the price of batteries has fallen by approximately 70% in the decade of the 2010s. And today, the price of batteries is approximately $130 to $140 per kilowatt hour of stored electricity. And as it drops below 100, we are looking at it being cost competitive. As it drops below 70, then in almost every geography, it will be cost competitive. We are at 140, we were at $1,000 per kilowatt hour of stored electricity in the beginning of the decade in 2010. This has been a major change. And that is why we expect that in the next 3 to 4 years, we will see this producing storage so that renewables plus storage provide cost-effective electricity around the clock. Now, the question that it produces is that the batteries become consumers of electricity during the day and producers of electricity during the night. And consequently, the grids need to be able to manage that. Again, as I said, that is no rocket science. It can be done, but it requires both software and hardware to enable bidirectional flows as well as to prevent flows in the wrong direction. The third problem that is created is that with this large solid state connection occurring, we are looking at a future in which there are many points, multiple points of vulnerability. And as digitalization occurs, and digitalization makes great sense, that's how we are looking, for example, to solve the intermittency problems. We are therefore vulnerable to cyber attacks at multiple points. This means that at various points in the grid, we would need to look at the kind of software. So again, rings of software, as the cybersecurity mantra goes, would be essential to ensure that we move towards a future where we are looking at secure systems. Power quality is the next issue. Now, with the DC injection, which occurs both from panels, solar panels, as well as from grids, as well as from many wind systems as well, we are looking at harmonics and low frequency which will be injected into the system. How do we manage it? What kind of filters do we need? In the wind energy system, we went for a long time by first bemoaning the fact that these add harmonics into the grid, but then developing the kinds of filters which are put at the site of the wind machines themselves so that the harmonics are minimized. We need to specify the range of protection, the maximum range of harmonics and in low frequency that the solar and the wind plants can use. This, therefore, is both a matter of the production of these things as well as a matter of ensuring that these are included in the specifications for the systems. The last point that I could think of, which the renewables bring to the grid management, is that of inertia. We are looking at a future in which a very large amount of the inputs come from solid state systems which do not have the kind of inertia and therefore are more susceptible to frequency fluctuations than we did with machines. In fact, one of the issues that I would like to suggest to ICPS and particularly to IIT Kharagpur is that as we move to a future in which the vast amount of electricity production and the vast amount of the generation on the grids is from solid states, we need to ensure that the electrical engineering curricula for tomorrow addresses these issues as well. I remember that when I was a student, machines formed the center of electrical engineering curricula. Machines are not going to disappear. No matter what happens, whether it is for wind energy or for hydroelectricity or for biomass, we will have machines. But with solar energy being a larger and larger part of the electricity system, the electrical engineers of tomorrow will also need to know how do you manage a system with solid state electricity inputs. I strongly recommend that the curricula of tomorrow and the day after that progressively enhance the amount of emphasis that we provide to solid state systems. The last point that I'd like to leave you with is that for all of these, we will see solutions emerging. We are seeing solutions emerging, whether it is the kinds of sudden draws that e-mobility provides, and we are now talking of supercapacitors charging particularly buses as they move through the city. We talked of energy storage challenges. We will see a larger and larger amount of smart demand response coming in simply because the amount of electricity that we can put into the system is given, it's a constant, and what we need to do is to minimize the amount of demand that occurs. How do you do that? By smart demand. It is smart demand responses. And as more and more of this happens, it sees a greater amount of a spikiness in the grids than we have seen in the past. Handling spikiness becomes very important. At the same time, we are seeing spikiness because of energy efficiency in general. When everybody switches on their air conditioners, they may be very efficient air conditioners, but it leads to a spikiness which did not occur when you had less efficient air conditioners. So right now, we see that in hot and humid nights in August and September, the demand on the grid is nearly 180 gigawatts. And in the beginning of December, end of November, it is about 140 gigawatts. This is the kind of annual spikiness that we see. All of this means that our grids will need to be self-healing. We will see a range of interventions. The short point I'd like to leave with you is that as these evolve, I would like ICPS to promote the solutions that emerge. Promote them. Obviously, the context will be different and therefore the kinds of solutions that emerge will be different. But promoting solutions within the context, promoting solutions which make sense in different kinds of applications would be of use. It would cut down the time that it takes for a full cycle to evolve. As ICPS, you meet every 2 years. I would strongly argue that the creation of case studies or emerging solutions is something that you do on a continuous basis. In this day and age, as has been said earlier, we can think of virtual meetings. Have virtual meetings maybe once every 6 months, where the only thing that you discuss is these case studies, these emerging solutions, so that the dissemination of these occurs much faster than it would otherwise. Yes, through papers it will occur and it should occur, but I think we need a faster way to help the community of grid managers to learn about this. It will also help in the grid industry, in the academia industry interaction that both Professor Tiwari and Professor Mukhopadhyay spoke about. It would help us in creating grids that help us move the transition, the energy transition faster. I'd like to thank each one of you for this attention and for giving me the time to discuss my thoughts, yes, emerging thoughts with you. With all good wishes for the conference, many, many thanks. I hope the slide has disappeared now.
Yes, sir. And thank you very much to share your emerging thoughts. And we really have got motivated with the facts and figures you have shared with us, the research and innovation areas you have highlighted, and two strong recommendations that you have made about first is the curriculum revision and include the recent requirement in our syllabus of electrical engineering or related areas, and more frequent discussion through online or physical meetings. That is really wonderful and to follow for us, and say really great hearing to you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Due to convocation going to held in IIT Kharagpur on December 18, our director, Professor V.K. Tiwari, is highly busy along with the head of the departments. So it is his request to allow him to move on for his other engagements. So we will not able to keep him in this meeting anymore. And so we allow him to move on, and we will take up the next sessions accordingly.
Thank you and namaskar to all of you.
So, zoom in. Okay, thank you very much once again. And now I request Mr. Manu Asthana to his inaugural keynote talk. Let me introduce Mr. Manu Asthana first. Mr. Manu Asthana has extensive leadership experience across the electricity industry, including power generation, operations, optimization and dispatch, competitive retail electricity and natural gas trading, and risk management, which he acquired across more than 21 years in the industry. Most recently, he served as president of Direct Energy Home in North America, where he had a team of over 2,600 to combine the company's retail electricity and home services, businesses, and creating a leading energy and home services, serving over 3.4 million customers. He previously led power generation operations at Direct Energy trading at both Direct Energy and TXU group of companies, as well as generation optimization and dispatch at TXU. In addition, Mr. Asthana has also served as Chief Risk Officer at TXU Corporation, where he helped senior management and the board quantify and manage risk at TXU's business. Mr. Manu Asthana earned a Bachelor of Science in Economics from the Wharton School at University of Pennsylvania, where he was Benjamin Franklin Scholar and a Joseph Wharton Scholar. He is active in community, serving on board of directors for the Chamber of Commerce for the Greater Philadelphia, the Texas Children's Hospital Board of Trustee, and a board member of the Huston Food Bank and Child Advocates INC. I request Mr. Manu Asthana, President and CEO at PGM Interconnection USA, to deliver his inaugural keynote address. Sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Bajpai. I just wanted to confirm that you can hear me and you can see me.
Yes, sir. We can see you as well as hear you clearly.
Excellent. All right. And just also, there you go. There's my presentation. Perfect.
Yeah.
So appreciate whoever is sharing that. I will sort of ask for the slides to be advanced as I go through. But let me just introduce the session on this slide. First of all, good morning to everyone. It is pretty late at night here, but it is the morning there. It's great to be here with you. Really an honor to talk to the brilliant folks at IIT Kharagpur. My name, as you said, Dr. Bajpai, is Manu Asthana, and I'm the CEO of PGM Interconnection. So today I was hoping I would introduce PGM, introduce myself a little bit, tell you where we're coming from. And I think Dr. Mathur did a great job of encapsulating some of the bigger changes that are happening in our industry. And these changes are happening across the world, right? Every grid operator in the world is dealing with some version of the same set of questions. How do we bring about this energy transition efficiently? How do we bring it about cost effectively? And so are we at PGM. So I'd like to talk about where we're coming from, talk about where we're headed, talk a little bit about our markets. And I'll tell you why that's important. And then just end with bringing it together with our strategy. And if there's time for questions, I'm happy to take questions as well. So hopefully that's helpful. So just by way of introduction, and in September, a couple of months ago, PGM celebrated our 94th anniversary. The company was founded in 1927 and has been focused on the reliability of the bulk power system first and foremost since then. Just a bit of background, the power grid in the United States is divided into 3 separate synchronous interconnections. And the interconnections have connections between them, but they're fairly limited. So they really operate as 3 systems. One of them is the Eastern interconnection. That's the one that PGM is a part of. The Western interconnection, and then the Texas interconnection. So PGM's footprint, and if you go to the next slide, our footprint as part of the Eastern interconnection includes 13 states and the District of Columbia. It's an area that's home to more than 65 million people. Back one slide from here, please. 1 in 5 Americans. Perfect, thank you. I'll get into the details on this page here in a second, but I just wanted to share my background as well. I was born in India. I was born in Allahabad, actually. My parents moved to Oman when I was 2 years old. I grew up in Oman. And when it came time to go to college, as it happens, I knew I wanted to be in the United States. I landed at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, studying finance and management. As you said, I have a Bachelor of Science in Economics from Wharton. Prior to PGM, I spent 20 years, more than 20 years, in various roles that you have summarized, so I won't repeat them, but it really is interesting. I've completed the circle. I spent over 20 years in Texas in the energy business and have now come back to the Philadelphia area, which is where I first was when I came to the US. So it's been an interesting journey for me. I joined PGM 2 years ago, and I joined because I wanted to do something that had an impact. You know, the changes that Dr. Mathur talked about that are happening in the electricity industry are happening at such a rapid pace that there are many different paths that they can go on. It's the end state, I think, is a significantly more decarbonized grid. But it could be a grid that's reliable. It could be a grid that's less reliable. It could be a grid that's unaffordable. And I think that there are many opportunities that all of us have to make a difference to the outcome. And I saw that PGM particularly was uniquely positioned to have such an impact. And let me tell you why. So we are the largest grid operator in North America. We operate one of the largest electricity markets in the world. We serve 65 million people and have a grid with an all-time peak load of 165 gigawatts. And just keep that number in mind. It'll come in handy when I talk about what's happening. 165 gigawatt peak load. And we've got 85,000 miles of transmission lines that we manage with a total 2020 peak load or energy consumption of 757 gigawatts. So it's a large grid, and I saw this as an opportunity to really make a difference in the energy transition. Let's go to the next page, if we could. So we think of the work that we do at PJM across three primary dimensions. This is how we are organized. And number one, we operate the grid reliably. It is our most important responsibility. And this involves forecasting load, forecasting renewable generation output, committing generation, dispatching generation to maintain adequate reserves at all times, and managing the high voltage transmission grid in a manner that is secure on a post-contingency basis. And we do a lot of work to think about what the right contingencies are and have a lot of flexibility actually to add contingencies like gas pipeline contingencies, for example, that are not typically added in this sort of analysis. But this is job one for us, right? Reliability. The second big responsibility that we have is operating our markets. And I'll get into our market structure, but this is a very core philosophy for PJM. We believe in competitive markets and have designed a set of interlocking markets all the way from capacity markets that look at 3+ years to real-time markets that are clearing every 5 minutes and several things in between. And these markets, particularly the real-time markets, run on the basis of security-constrained economic dispatch. And they operate on a nodal basis. And we generate locational marginal price signals at pricing nodes. And to give you an order of magnitude, we're generating signals at over 10,000 pricing nodes across our network every 5 minutes on a marginal basis with marginal losses, which is quite an enterprise. But we feel we need to do that really to wring out all of the efficiency from our network that we can. The third big responsibility that we have is transmission planning. We're planning the grid out 15 years. We are absolutely committed to maintaining reliability and doing so in a cost-effective manner using competitive markets. This is our driving purpose at PJM, and it gives meaning to everything that we do. Our primary functions, right, operations, markets, and planning, we all work together to maintain this reliability at the lowest possible cost. And all of these functions are evolving. And this is the time of almost maximal change in our industry, in our grid, in our market rules, in our planning criteria, and in our operational procedures, I think of all time. And you can imagine looking back to 1927 when we were formed, that's a pretty big statement. In the operational realm, as intermittency grows, we have to improve our forecasting. We have to think about the various elements that Dr. Mathur talked about in terms of making sure that we have enough inertia on the system, making sure that the system is stable. We're also able to collect a tremendous amount of data in real time with phaser measurement units, and the ability to analyze this data and respond in real time is becoming more and more critical. And in the markets area, rules are evolving to take into account the new realities of the energy transition. And in the planning area, as you will see in a few slides, a massive amount of new generation is trying to interconnect on our grid, and we have to evolve our planning processes to connect this generation. And a lot of this generation is trying to interconnect at very different places than historically this generation has interconnected. And I'll talk about that in a second. Let's move to slide 4 if we could. It's really important for us to get this right. And this is a page that depicts a pretty conservative view of the value that we add to the 65 million people that live in our footprint. Through our scale and expertise, we've been able to add, we think, between $3.2 and $4 billion a year through supporting generation investment, lower energy production costs through the efficiency that I talked about, emissions reductions, integrating more efficient resources, and improved reliability. And for this value proposition to continue to grow, it is imperative that we evolve how we do business. So this evolution that I talked about in all of our functions, right, operations, markets, transmission planning, is only accelerating. And we have to stay one step ahead of that to make sure that we're ready for what is coming. If you go to the next page, I want to show you how our grid is changing. Right? But I want to start actually by looking back to discuss where we've come from. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So today, this is where we've come from. If you look at the chart on the left, today PJM is a grid that produces roughly 40%. These numbers are from last year, I think. 40% of our energy from natural gas, 35% from nuclear, 6% from renewables, and most of the balance from coal. And if you look at the chart on the right, it is important to note that it's not always been this way. In fact, we talk about an energy transition right now. PJM has been in a major energy transition over the last decade and a half. That transition was transitioning away from coal towards natural gas. And a lot of that natural gas, almost 40,000 megawatts of generation, gas generation replaced coal generation, was driven by the discovery and commercialization of shale in our footprint. So we've got the Marcellus Shale and the Utica Shale within our footprint, and that plentiful gas is really what has driven this. But if you go to slide 6, the next slide, what I find really remarkable about this transition, apart from its scale, is that it was significantly enabled by our markets. And that's why I want to spend some time talking about our market design, because we certainly don't, there's no one right design, no one right answer, but we think the combination of our markets has leveled the playing field for competitors, fostered innovation, significant innovation amongst our market participants, brought a tremendous amount of risk capital to play. And these markets over the years have had a number of really consequential benefits. And one of them is that they have allowed the seamless transition of a market dominated by coal to one oriented to natural gas, and now transitioning to a growing amount of renewables. And our renewable penetration at the moment is relatively low, but you will see that that is changing. The second big benefit of our markets is on this slide, right? By encouraging the introduction of new, more efficient technologies, the markets have facilitated a large drop in emissions. Not only has CO2 dropped by nearly 40% over the last 15 years, NOx and sulfur dioxide have fallen 86% and 95% respectively. And most importantly, the markets have helped to support reliability, which in the end is what people need the most. For me, this point was really driven home by the effects of Winter Storm Uri, which I don't know if you have followed, but in February this year, we had a tremendous cold weather event over the central part of the United States, particularly in Texas. And there was a significant firm load shed on the Texas grid. As the operator of the largest grid in North America, as I sat watching that, it was a reminder to me that modern society in the US has very little tolerance for extended power outages, and we have a large and significant responsibility to make sure that doesn't happen. And so reliability remains job number one for us. And in PJM, we really endeavor to bring that reliability about through competitive markets. Our work on this front is never done. In fact, this year we published a paper that documented some of the challenges we will face in maintaining the building blocks of reliability through the energy transition. This paper is available on our website, pjm.com. And if you're interested, I encourage you to download it and read it. So that's where we're coming from. a pretty significant energy transition already. Where are we headed and how are we headed there? If we go to slide 7. Thank you. So the pace of decarbonization in the United States and specifically on the PJM grid is increasing. It's rapidly increasing, and it's being driven by state policy. And you see that on this page, and I'll dive into that a little bit more in a second. It's being driven by consumer preferences. Consumers, particularly large industrial consumers, are making choices regardless of state policy. They want to decarbonize, and they are doing it. And technology advances. Dr. Mathur talked about some of the rapid declines in the cost of wind power, of solar power, of batteries. That's a major factor in the pace of decarbonization. But it is important to note that for us, states and consumers are not monolithic. They're not all speaking with one voice. We manage a pretty good microcosm of our country. If you think about the different types of policies that our states have. 13 states and the District of Columbia. Of them, you can see on this page, 11 states have renewable policy standards. You can see the ones in white don't, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Ohio. But 11 do, either renewable policy standards or goals. But interestingly, all of the standards and goals are different from state to state. Our coastal states are pursuing offshore wind. Other states are supporting solar, wind, onshore wind. Some states have enacted subsidies for nuclear generators. And this creates a really interesting dynamic for us at PJM because our market rules have to account for these state policies in one way or the other. And it's led to a long debate within our stakeholder process about how these policies should be considered. In December of 2019, our regulator, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, issued a rule that forced generators receiving a state subsidy, and different states subsidize different types of generation, to offer their generation into our capacity market at a price that took the effect of the subsidy out. And this created a real issue for our states, and we have spent the last year and a half continuing that debate. And in fact, we just submitted a rule change to our regulator to better accommodate states' rights to have a say in their generation mix. But as you can see from this picture, right, this is a very complex landscape to manage and to design a single market that accommodates and achieves all of these goals for our various states. And we continue to evolve our markets to try to hone them to do that and to do it in a way that's fair and competitive for all market participants. As part of our response to the energy transition, we've also been making changes to other market rules. And one I wanted to point out to you is the implementation of ELCC, which stands for Effective Load Carrying Capability of a Generator. This is something we've just put in place. It's a simulation-based approach to calculating the capacity contribution of an intermittent or limited duration generator. So think solar, battery, a wind, or a hybrid of those. And this approach also includes other approaches, to changing market rules, also include improvements in pricing to account for scarcity, to correctly value scarcity, which I think is going to become increasingly important as we have more penetration of zero marginal cost renewable resources, which will lower prices most of the time. And so when prices are, when there is scarcity, prices should correctly value that scarcity. We have also embarked on a significant piece of work with our stakeholders to consider what further changes we might want to make to our market rules, including looking at generator qualifications to provide capacity, preparations for extreme weather, right? What is the right standard to prepare for extreme weather, and what the correct reliability metric is. In the United States, most of the systems are planned to a 1 in 10-year loss of load expectation. But it is our opinion that that may not be the right metric to use anymore. And I'll tell you why. I mean, if you think about what happened in Texas this year, Texas hadn't had a problem of this magnitude since 2011. And so that is actually a 1 in 10-year event. But of course, what happened in Texas was not acceptable. The flaw with the 1 in 10 year methodology is it doesn't think about how deep the event is and how what the duration of the event is. It looks at an event as an event. And so we're thinking about all of those things in the context of our markets and in the context of reliability. And since I'm talking about where we're headed, if you move to the next slide, slide 8, I also wanted to share some statistics about our transmission planning area, specifically our interconnection queue. So our interconnection queue represents new generation projects that are being developed to interconnect to our system. In recent years, we've seen a remarkable expansion in our queue. If you look at the top left graph, you'll see the number of generators being submitted into the queue has tripled in the last 5 years. And so think back to that number I said, our all-time peak load is 165 gigawatts. If you look at the graph, the chart on the right, today we have almost 2,500 projects being studied that represent a nameplate capacity of 225 gigawatts. If you get a sense of the scale and of the transition, and off these projects, 95% of them are solar, storage, wind, or a hybrid of these technologies. Only 5% of them are gas or other fuels, mostly gas. We have gone from fewer, mostly combined cycle type central station generators looking to connect to the high voltage part of our system to a lot more smaller generators looking to connect in a more distributed way at lower voltages, which really is a very different type of interconnection process. You have to upgrade the grid a lot more because the system wasn't built to take injections at those types of locations. And as a result, our interconnection process has become fairly bogged down with the volume of generators. And we've been working with our stakeholders to revise this process to increase the throughput and get viable generators to interconnect more quickly. Our regulator has also initiated a process to consider larger transmission interconnection policy changes that look at other issues, including who pays for transmission interconnection. So as you can see, it is an exciting time to be in the electricity business. There's a lot changing. There's a lot changing with our market rules. There's a lot changing with our interconnection processes and a lot changing with our operational processes. And the stakes are high. The stakes are really high. But so is our ability to make a difference. And we're not in this by ourselves, right? Every grid operator in the world is having these types of questions, these types of challenges. Some folks are ahead in certain areas, and we're looking to learn from them. We are certainly ahead in some areas, and we're happy to share our experiences to help others as well. A couple more slides. If you go to slide 9, you talked about where we're coming from, this introduction of PJM, where we're coming from, where we're going. I wanted to touch, because I've talked a lot about our markets and what our markets have been able to achieve, just how our markets are designed. Because our commitment to competitive markets remains even with all of the change that's happening. We've designed our markets to work in interlocking ways, to work in concert, to try to deliver reliability at the least reasonable cost over time. And the way this chart is laid out, on the x-axis, you've got time, right? So you've got real-time markets on the left and then far-out markets on the right. We operate 4 markets primarily. We have an energy market, a capacity market, an ancillary services market, and a market for financial transmission rights. And each market serves a separate but related function. So the largest of our markets is the energy market and makes up about half of wholesale electricity costs in 2020. The market is divided into day-ahead and real-time markets. And as I said, both these markets run on security-constrained economic dispatch. A much smaller portion of the wholesale cost, about 20%, is represented by our capacity market. And our capacity market, we call it also reliability pricing model in PJM, but it's a capacity market. And while the energy market addresses near-term need, the capacity market prepares for the future. And our capacity market was implemented to secure enough power supplies 3 years ahead to ensure sufficient supply will be available in the energy market to meet peak demand particularly in emergency situations. And we hold an auction every year. It's a competitive auction for delivery 3 years in the future to ensure we've got enough capacity when we get into real time. And then so between those bookends of real time and capacity, we have ancillary services markets, and we've really got, and we operate these markets through the day, right? Every 5 minutes, we're repricing our ancillary services. We have two main ancillary services, regulation and reserves. Regulation is frequency regulation. So it's a market for the ability to pulse generators up and down in very small time increments to control small mismatches between load and generation to maintain frequency. And then reserves are larger, less sharp, more blunt instruments that help recover system balance by making up for generation deficiencies if there's a loss of a large generator, which happens from time to time. Finally, the fourth market is financial transmission rights. And financial transmission rights serve a couple of functions. They allow market participants to hedge the costs related to basis risk or the transmission congestion that can happen in the system. But also in a system that uses locational marginal prices, generally the amount of money that load pays is more than the amount of money that is paid to generators. And that difference is either losses or congestion. And our FTR market is a way of pricing, of auctioning off those congestion rights and returning that money to load. So it has a dual purpose. Let me end with slide 10. I've been through a lot. I want to try to pull it together for you. And I started in January of 2020 at PJM. And the start of my time at PJM was consumed with dealing with the coronavirus and keeping our people safe and keeping the grid safe. But as we got through the year, my board and my executive team and I really went through a process to look at our strategy in light of all that is changing in our industry. And I wanted to end with this. This is our a representation of our strategy. It is our true north when we think about making decisions and making trade-offs. The strategy has three pillars. We see our role as facilitating decarbonization. Now, we're not a policymaker, but we see our role as facilitating the choices of policymakers, but doing it in a manner that is reliable and a manner that is as cost-effective as possible, using the power of competitive markets. The second pillar is really preparing for and transitioning into the grid of the future, whether that's preparing for a lot of offshore wind. We have over 17,000 megawatts of offshore wind that is under development and looking to interconnect, whether it's deploying smart wires type technology, whether it's looking at dynamic line rating type systems to squeeze the most we can out of the grid that we have, and so much more. Right? And the last pillar is innovation, is really actually creating a platform for innovation within our company and by our members and our stakeholders. And one example of this is we just became the first, we believe the first grid operator in the world to publish in real time marginal emissions data on a nodal basis. And this data has already been used or is being used by companies. In fact, GM just announced that they were partnering with one of our members to use this data to accelerate their own corporate decarbonization goals. And I think there's significant scope for innovation in our space. Across the bottom, you see the enabling foundation. Maintaining reliability is absolutely job number one. I won't go through the others. You can look at them. But all of this strategy, all of this decarbonization, all of this transition doesn't really work as efficiently or smoothly if we can't maintain reliability through it. And so we're very focused on facilitating the transition and doing it in a way that is reliable and cost effective. So like I said at the beginning, we don't have all the answers. We are one grid operator with one take on these problems, and it's a fairly unique take with our take on markets and competition wherever possible. But there are a lot of great ideas happening around the world, and we're happy to share ours, and we are definitely here to listen to those of others as well. So let me stop there. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your attention. And Dr. Bajpai, I'm happy to take questions if there are any, if you have time for those in the agenda. I think there's a question in the chat, is what I hear. Let me see.
Sir,
what will be the role of natural gas power generation in transition of energy systems? Yeah, it's a great question. We actually just published a study on this question, on a similar question, right? It's not just natural gas. The broader question for us is the role of thermal generators. And we think that until there's a substitute at scale, and certainly battery technologies could be that substitute, but also if you look at the amount of installed base of battery technologies today, it is not today that substitute. And so I do think that dispatchable thermal generation, including natural gas, certainly for our grid, will be required for load following, as well as generation following as the generation becomes intermittent, as well as system stability, voltage support, and inertia through the transition. Although certainly if we're trying to get to zero carbon, there will be a point at the future, the hope is, where you can, you can displace that generation. But that requires a deployment of a substitute, storage or something else at a scale that we're not at today. Other questions?
Yeah, we have one question from our audience here physically. Yeah, Professor Kishore.
Dr. Asthana, it was a very good talk. I was wondering one thing. The US has done away with coal and has been using natural gas to a large extent. So you have talked about PJM interconnection. So if I look at the overall USA or North American grid, what is the percentage of natural gas, number one? Number two, I was looking at the storage, grid side storage, because I was on a sabbatical with UMass Amherst where 4 megawatt hour grid storage was there. So it was initially supposed to be installed by Tesla, but Tesla could not make up the commitment, and somebody in the Massachusetts, local manufacturers helped them out. So Northeast being very cold, they have a large heating load in the winters, and that's how. So I would like your response on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't have the exact numbers for gas as a percentage for the United States as a total, but my sense is it is slightly higher actually than what it is in PJM. So coal is about in line with PJM. PJM has a higher share from nuclear energy and a slightly lower share from gas. But the whole country has been on the same journey, right? As shale gas has delivered plentiful, relatively inexpensive gas, it has been displacing coal for the last decade. Your question about storage, can you just repeat the question? What specifically was the question?
Again, what is the amount of grid storage that PJM has achieved as of now?
Oh, the grid storage. Yeah, we have a tiny amount of storage. So if you look at battery storage, right, it's in the order of a few hundred megawatts in the system. The biggest storage we have, we have a 3,000 megawatt storage, but it's a pumped hydro storage. And we have multiple pumped hydro storages, and that's actually what our storage base is at the moment. But if you look at that slide I showed with the interconnections, there's a lot more storage under development, and I expect a lot of it will come. Now, we have actually put in place rules that allow storage to provide frequency regulation, because storage can provide a higher quality load following frequency regulation than thermal resources. It moves incredibly quickly. And so we actually allow storage type resources to provide a higher quality regulation service that competes with traditional regulation and can get paid more. We've also done pilots where we're looking to aggregate the batteries in a set of electric vehicles that are charging, right? So multiple electric vehicles that are being aggregated and charging, and those batteries in aggregate are providing regulation services. So I think there's tremendous scope for storage, but we're at we're sort of at the tipping point. We've got a very small installed base and a massive amount looking to interconnect.
Fuel cells.
Please say it.
Yeah. I was wondering, I mean, the fuel cells is another way of achieving the storage option, right?
Fuel cells, yeah.
Yeah. Solid oxide fuel cells are, say, recyclable fuel cells using electrolyzer rather.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where innovation comes in, right? We're looking at brilliant people around the globe, including all of you, to figure out this question of what is the cheapest technology for storage.
Yeah.
Because the need is incredible. I mean, we just published a study that looked at 50% penetration of renewables on our grid, which equates to about 70% carbon free because of nuclear. And we found that we needed a 70% reserve on top of peak load to deal with the intermittency. But we also found that at peak, there was 130% of our load being produced by renewables. That's got to go somewhere, right? We can export it to neighboring systems to some extent, but they're doing the same thing. And so storage is a critical part of the solution. And anything you can do around innovative new storage technologies, I think is exciting.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, Mr. Asthana. One last quick question. That is, what is your views on challenges in digitization of future electricity market?
The challenges in digitization for the future of electricity markets. I think one of the points that Dr. Mathur made on his slide was that the cybersecurity attack surface is huge. When you think about digitization, it's happening along with distribution. Right? I mean, it's not, we're not talking about digitizing control systems for combined cycles. I mean, that's happened. What we're talking about is using digital technology for load control, even at the residential level. We're talking about digitization to create virtual power plants, to create microgrids, and all of those technologies, I think, have incredible promise, but they also do create a greater attack surface in the cybersecurity space. That is certainly a concern. I think the other issue that we're thinking through right now with digitization of these distributed generators is the interaction of the distribution system and the transmission system, because a lot of these are interconnecting into the distribution system, which from our particular perspective, we don't have a huge window into. We really have a window into the 100 kV and above system, but there's a huge interaction. And so those systems will have to work much more in concert in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Asthana. And I am sorry, I could not resist myself to take one more question. It is Mr. P.K. Agarwal from POSOCO. Has PJM felt the need for redesigning of its power market due to penetration of RE, renewable?
Yeah, absolutely. We are looking at 2 or 3 very specific elements of redesign. Right? One of them is our capacity market. And because of the unique nature of how penetration of renewables is happening in the United States, being driven by state policy, how do you actually make sure that you're creating a level playing field in competitive markets, but also accommodating states' rights to have whatever mix of generation that they want. We're also, this ELCC approach that I talked about is a significant change to our market, like putting in ELCC, the simulation-based methodology, to accredit capacity for renewable resources. And then pricing scarcity, I think, is critical, because if you think about it, if we need 70% plus of reserves on top of peak load to deal with the intermittency, and maybe we can do with less because we can build out transmission and diversify across the country, but you need a significant amount of thermal backup dispatchable generation or battery backup dispatchable generation. How are you going to pay for that? you pay for it from the energy market, but the energy market is likely to decline because renewables have often a zero variable cost. And so you have to pay for that somehow. In our approach, we pay for that through either pricing scarcity correctly or pricing capacity correctly. And so we're looking at both of those questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Asthana, and thank you very much for your wonderful talk. It was really interesting. That's why we are not able to stop taking questions, but we have to stop somewhere. And now I further round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Now we are reaching to the last part of this session. I request Professor A.K. Pradhan, who is the General Chair of ICPS 2021, for vote of thanks.
Dignitaries, galaxy of experts in this platform, the whole world, engineers, students, and other friends. It is time for vote of thanks for the inaugural session, ICPS 2021. On behalf of ICPS 2021, special thanks to our director, Professor B.K. Tiwari, who graced the occasion and shared his thoughts and enlightened our minds. We extend our hearty vote of thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Ajay Mathur from International Solar Alliance, who spared time from his busy schedule and graced the occasion and set the targeted challenges for academia and also for industry. This will definitely motivate all of us to further our grid and energy systems. Our thanks and gratitude to Mr. Manu Asthana, PGM, who delivered an inspirational speech on numerous aspects of the power industry, from managing the power system, including renewables, storage, markets, and the future energy systems. It will definitely enrich our knowledge for the power system engineers, developers, and researchers, and to plan how the future will be. Thanks to Professor S.A. Khapade, whose vision shaped the ICPS journey, we all know. And thanks to ICPS Steering Committee for providing all the opportunities and guiding all throughout the successful conference. Our special thanks to Professor Mukhopadhyay, Head Electrical Engineering, for his welcome address and full support to the conference. Would like to extend our generous thanks to all participants who made the event purposeful and successful. Thanks to students, volunteers here, and faculty members of the department and institute who wholeheartedly work for the conference last so many months. Our staff members are our hidden energy who have put tireless efforts in shaping this platform. Thanks to institute administration for wholehearted support. So finally, thanks to all, and with Professor Bajpai permission, this ends this first session, inaugural session. Thank you all.
So once again, thank you to all members involved here. Thank you very much. You may kindly continue as per your availability.
Thank you, Professor, for the vote of thanks. We are grateful to all of you for attending the inaugural program. Next program is LDC Excellent Award, which will be held in this hall. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Priyanka, and welcome again. Professor Mukhopadhyay may have to leave again because rehearsal and other preparation is going on for convocation that is to be held on December 18. So, Professor Mukhopadhyay, you can leave. Thank you. Is it ready? Okay,
I think
so
Professor Bajpai, we can start now.
sure. Thank you very much to all the members. Let me just quick check. Mr. Baba is here.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Sir, good morning. Professor Anjan Bose is here.
Yes, I am.
Sir, Sri Bakshi ji is here. Sri Bakshi ji is here.
Yes, sir. I am here.
Thank you, sir. And Suni sir, I have seen he is here.
Yeah. Morning.
Okay. So welcome to all. And now we are moving to a very new and very special session just after completion of inaugural session. This is the first and very important Load Dispatch Center Excellence Award session. And this session will have multiple rounds of different category of awards will be announced, and introduction, and then given presentation also. May I request Sri KVS Baba, Chairman of Forum of Load Dispatch Center and also the CMD of POSOCO, to kindly introduce the LDC Excellence Award at the beginning. Sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Bajpai. Good morning to all. And late good evening to Dr. Anjan Bose, who is awake to keep this on. Thanks, sir. So, Chairman and ICPS Organizing Committee, all the officials are and the professors there in the hall, jury members of the LDC Excellence Award, and officials of various LDCs, state load dispatch centers, RLDCs and NLDC, and distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored and very happy to start this LDC Excellence Award ceremony, which is very close to my heart. The journey of award has started way back in 2009 with the formation of FOLD, and it has a element that evolving mechanism for rewarding excellence in load dispatching. It was thought even in 2009, and those wishes have culminated through instituting this award, and NPSC last year had constituted a committee, and the roadmap was made, and I'm grateful to ICPS management committee to include this rather than waiting for NPSC to start this in this year. So we'll be obliged to them, and basically it is the actualization of the idea of FOLD and to recognize the work of being done by LDCs in the country. So the first LDC Excellence Award and this first ceremony in this conference will have a lot of importance and a milestone in the history of recognition of the success stories of institution building in the country. That's more important for us. So delegates, I wish to reiterate that the Indian electricity grid is the largest synchronous grid in the world, and the LDCs as a group hold a great responsibility to ensure safe, secure, reliable, and economic operation of the grid. We feel proud that difficult activities carried out by LDCs round the clock contribute to maintain the energy security of the country. So my sincere thanks to the core committee of NPSC and ICPS, which are instrumental in instituting this award, and sincere thanks to all the LDCs who have submitted nominations in such a short period. It was a tough task to first time to prepare such a elaborate questionnaire and answering them, and of course, there is a big team who have evaluated it and supported. And my sincere gratitude to the jury members, Professor Anjan Bose, Professor Sri S. Bakshi, Sri V.K. Agarwal, for the stringent evaluation too. And it is a great job. And my special thanks to Professor Pradhan and Professor Bajpayee to steer the entire process and make it happen today. So I trust that all LDCs recognized for their excellence today will cherish this moment and feel encouraged to deliver better. And other LDCs who have participated will also get encouragement to do better. That's more important. So I'm sure everybody who have joined this award ceremony will enjoy and remember it for many more years to come. Thanks to everyone. And I invite you all to join the celebrations. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your introduction about this award and thanks address. Now I move on to the presentation process, which is a pre-recorded video made by Professor Pradhan. Mr. Nitesh, please play the video.
Good morning. This presentation is on the process adapted for the LDC award. For the recognition of the exceptional work of load dispatch centers, NPSC 2020 instituted the Excellence Award, formed a committee with Sri S. K. Soni, Advisor Posuko, as the chair, Professor K. Santi Swarup, IIT Madras, myself from IIT Kharagpur, and Dr. S. S. Kulkarni, earlier Chief Engineer, Maharashtra, SLDC. These awards are to be conferred every year through NPSC or ICPS conferences. All state, regional, national load dispatch centers can apply, and the LDC which receives the award will not be eligible for next 4 years. Full office coordinator for ICPS to collect the nominations and compiling the data for the jury constituted by ICPS steering committee. LDCs have been divided into 4 categories on the basis of weighted average scores derived from peak demand, energy consumed, and renewable energy installed capacity. One from each category is to be conferred. In the participation, this time, we have received 6 nominations from National Load Dispatch Center and RLDCs, 11 from large LDCs, 9 from medium, and 7 from emerging LDCs. 33 out of 43 participated. In the evaluation, 5 categories of performance indices are considered, plus a brief write-up, and finally, the presentation. For the 5 category scores were awarded to LDCs, and an overall weighted score is obtained for each LDC. The scores were obtained from the availability of the systems and procedures, facts, documents provided, and the write-up. Based on this, jury invited the top 3 LDCs of each category for the presentation. In each category of performance indices, the scores are obtained. The relative score for stakeholder satisfaction is shown here for all the 33 LDCs. Similarly, for financial prudence, the index plot is shown here. And this is the trend for the future readiness of all the 33 LDCs. ICPS core committee has constituted an independent jury with Professor Anjan Bose, Washington State University, as the chair. Sri A.S. Bakshi, earlier member in Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Sri V.K. Agarwal, Technical Director, SERI. The jury shortlisted 3 LDCs in each category for the presentation. Today, the awards will be announced by our honorable jury members. The selection criteria for the award report is available in NPSC website, and for other details, whole website can be used. Thank you all.
So I go on then, Professor
My mic was muted.
Okay.
So thank you very much for this pre-recorded presentation by Professor Pradhan. Now I request Professor Anjan Bose as the chairman of the jury to give a brief overview on the process adopted by the jury members. Sir.
Okay, thank you, Professor Bajpai. First, let me say that I'm deeply honored and it's a great privilege to chair the jury. And the jury is made up of 3 people, as you heard. I'm actually a professor at Washington State University in the U.S. And although I do work with load dispatch centers almost all over the world, I'm not as familiar with the load dispatch centers in India as much as the 2 other jury members who you will recognize their many, many years of experience with the power grid in India and the load dispatch centers. Mr. Arvinder Singh Bakshi, who was a member of CERC, and before that was the chair of CEA, and he is probably one of the world's leading experts on thermal power plants, and very, very familiar with the LDCs. And then Vinod Kumar Agarwal, who was the executive director of POSOCO, and now he's actually very much involved with the USAID project that's trying to encourage connections between India and the other countries like Nepal and Bhutan and Bangladesh and Myanmar. So just to bring you up to speed with the jury procedure, as you heard, FOLD has done a yeoman's job of gathering all the data, going through the applications, and producing summaries and rankings and so on. And then they came up with those three nominees in each category. And we will very soon tell you who the winners are. So what we did was ask the top 3 nominees in each category to talk, to provide a 10-minute video talking in general about their challenges, about their achievements, about their plans for the future, and also the plans for their workforce, which is of course changing as the grid changes. And after those 10-minute videos, we spend another 20 minutes, a little bit more sometimes, with the group that made the video and had made the application, and we discussed each of those LDCs and those challenges and achievements, and at the end we voted on the winner. Now the categories, as you heard, was the regional category, and then the state load dispatch centers were divided into 3 categories: the large ones, from the large states, the medium-sized states, and then the emerging states. And this particular exercise that we went through was very, very meaningful to me, because I learned so much about all the things that are happening, and wonderful things happening even in the smallest of the states. the one thing that we decided almost immediately, or I should say, after talking to the three LDCs that were in the large category or the regional category, is that we felt that the National Load Dispatch Center should not be in the same category as the regional load dispatch centers. In fact, we felt that the National Load Dispatch Center was actually so unique in its own right that it cannot really be compared with anybody else. And as you will see very soon, that we felt that the NLDC should be recognized separately for all the leadership and all of the technologies that they have developed and have provided a major image, major targets for other LDCs in the country to emulate. I would say that I should mention one other person other than the jury members who was very much involved in putting this thing together, and that is Mr. S.K. Suni. And even though Fold did all the actual legwork, it was Suni who kind of put the whole thing together and worked for the last 10, 12 years to actually approach the conferences, the national conferences, to do this LDCs and to provide the kind of encouragement that that LDCs did. And he, of course, held everybody's hand in going through the processes and even discussing the processes and making things work. And so I think he should be mentioned. Even though he did not have any part in actual selections, I can tell you that the selections couldn't have been done without the part he did play in arranging everything. On a personal note, it was a great learning experience for me. And I was just thinking that as a coincidence, I was just thinking that how much the national grid and the state grids have advanced in the last 20, 25 years in the country to become the world's largest national grid. And this is a great achievement by many, many hundreds and hundreds of people that have worked on the grid, have done so many things. And coincidentally, on this Saturday, the IEEE is actually recognizing the Calcutta Electric Supply Corporation as a major historical milestone, which started the electricity business in not just India, but all of South Asia. And this was done in 1899 when a small DC generator was started in the center of Calcutta to start the electric. And think of it now today when we have 300 gigawatts of electricity surging through all the transmission lines, HVDC and everything else. So I'll stop there and go on to the next item.
Sir. So thank you very much for your detailed overview about the process. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, so let us move to the next section, and we will start with the recognition of NLDC. Again, Professor Anjan Bose will read the citation, and it will be displayed also, followed by the certificate and memento. Sir, Professor Bose.
So the citation is quite detailed, and I would ask that you read it, and instead of my reading the whole thing, let me just mention the first few lines. It says, NLDC, in recognition of the excellence in carrying out the mission-critical activity of real-time grid operations of the largest national synchronous grid in the world. NLDC is also playing a vital role towards the facilitating the transnational exchange of power with the neighboring countries. NLDC is actively harnessing India's huge diversity through the development and adoption of best practices. Further, NLDC has shown its visionary leadership during special events, including disasters, extreme weather, and so on. I should mention, I will summarize here, that NLDC has implemented many innovative applications at the national level with the reserve regulation ancillary services, the security constrained economic dispatch, automatic generation control, real-time markets, etc. And you just heard Mr. Asthana talking about markets at PJM and AGC and so on. But what I wanted to point out was these innovations were homegrown. These are specially adapted to Indian conditions, to the Indian grid, to Indian, and this is very, very important. As you can see that while the grid is changing all over the world, it is those people who are already innovating and catching up and making those changes, and that will actually succeed better than most. And when I say that these kinds of applications and processes and procedures, which goes all the way down to the state LDCs as well, have been led by NLDC to get ready for the future better than anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you again. And now I request Mr. Nitesh to play the acceptance speech by NLDC.
Namaskar, distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of NLDC team, I would like to thank the jury and the ICPS for considering NLDC for this recognition. It's a great honor and an experience to accept this recognition. I also thank my POSOCO management for giving us continuous guidance and support to implement various initiatives at NLDC. An award of excellence is a great motivator to all of us. I believe that this award belongs to the entire NLDC team as well as to all stakeholders. This award is a recognition of the excellence of NLDC in the performance of its role and responsibilities. I wish to reassure you that the NLDC team is fully dedicated towards maintaining the reliability and security of the largest synchronous electricity grid in the world. The award has further boldened our spirits to do every activity with the highest standards of excellence. I wish to reconfirm that NLDC will be at the forefront in the implementation of such reforms and initiatives for the development of the electricity grid, and will continue our journey on the path of excellence. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now we move on to the next, really the LDC Excellence Award categories starting from here. And the first one in this is the LDC Excellence Award to Regional Load Dispatch Center. I request Sri A.S. Bakshiji to kindly read the citation and announce it.
Good morning. In recognition of the excellence in the delivery of services, the award for the best regional load dispatch center goes to Southern Regional Load Dispatch Center, that's SRLDC. This award is presented to SRLDC today at 9th International Conference on Power Systems being held at IIT Kharagpur. SRLDC has gone beyond the routine to continuously improve its services to the stakeholders in power system operation. Further, it is also helping large-scale integration of renewables in the region using the fully functional Renewable Energy Management Center, that is REMC. SRLDC is also at the forefront in in-house development and usage of various web apps, including real-time contingency applications, first-time line charging portal, monitoring tripping of grid elements, operation management system portal, which integrates works pertaining to issuing of violation messages, code book, and e-logbook, etc. And these novel initiatives by SRLDC have led to faster decision-making and responsive services to the stakeholders. SRLDC has also promoted industry-academia collaboration and initiated many joint pilot studies like trial implementation of new reserve shutdown procedure, reactive power absorption by PV, etc. In order to address various issues relating to system operation, SRLDC's real-time coordination for reserve shutdowns, first-time charging of units, handling of contingencies, and other exigencies in the grid are examples for all. Visionary and human leadership at SRLDC has kept the officials of SRLDC highly motivated and has instilled great ethical values among them. CSR activities taken up by SRLDC have made deep impact on the lives of people in nearby areas. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we will play the pre-recorded acceptance speech by Southern RLDC official.
Greetings to all. I am at a loss of words on this momentous occasion where we at SRLDC have received the prestigious LDC Excellent Award in this inaugural year. The award is indeed special and a remarkable achievement, and I am happy to receive this award humbly on behalf of my team. This feat would have not been possible without relentless efforts from a highly motivated and exceptional team at SRLDC. At the outset, I would like to thank each and every one of my team for constantly pushing the bar of performance and striving for quality work. I would like to acknowledge the cooperation of NLDC, all the RLDCs, and last but no way the least, all the constituents in the country. A lot of automation in different working levels has been brought in SRLDC. Neural networks or deep learning and data mining are used in several applications along with legacy software and technologies at SRLDC. Proactive problem-solving attitude is something that is deeply ingrained into SRLDC. We at SRLDC feel motivated always to navigate the uncharted waters in the system operation in India. A lot of new initiatives have been attempted in this regard, such as pilot project of SUC, night mode operation of solar inverters and wind turbines, automated operation monitor dashboards for control room, to name a few. It would be unfair on my part if I don't recognize the work put in by the former heads of SRLDC and all the employees who were a part of our team earlier too. I, on behalf of my team, take this opportunity to thank POSOCO management for its continuous support, the event organizers and the jury panel who instilled faith in us and bestowed upon us this award. This accomplishment would have not been possible without the incessant support of the family members and well-wishers of SRLDC team, especially our Southern Region constituents. I would like to reassure you all that SRLDC would now redouble its efforts in raising the benchmark for success. We shall rededicate ourselves to help build a secure, economic and reliable power system. Thanking you once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. And now we move on to the next category in LDC Excellence Award. Now I request Shri V.K. Agarwal ji to announce the LDC Excellence Award for under the category of Large State Load Dispatch Center.
Thank you, Bajpai sir. In recognition of the excellence in the various processes and delivery of the services and maintaining the integrated operation of the power system in a large state, This award goes to Gujarat State Load Dispatch Center. Gujarat SLDC has played a pivotal role in the renewable energy integration in the state and has taken various initiatives like in-house development of forecasting and scheduling modules, operation of renewable energy management center, etc. Gujarat SLDC has also automated various processes through the usage of the latest technology for quick decision making, real-time monitoring, load regulation, and making various reports online for the stakeholders. Gujarat SLDC has also adopted new technologies, including data analytics, for preparing itself for the radical changes in the power system in the future. Gujarat SLDC is also focused on institutional capacity building through regular training, participation in the seminar, conferences, field visits, etc., as well as towards collaboration with the prestigious academic institutions for the development of the analytics tools to be used in different power sector applications. For excellence and outstanding contributions, the LDC Excellence Award is conferred on the Gujarat SLDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we will show the acceptance speech by the Gujarat State Load Dispatch Center official.
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. It is our honor and privilege to accept the LDC Excellence Award for SLDC Gujarat. I sincerely thank the National Power System Conference for instituting LDC Excellence Award to recognize and appreciate the performance of LDC in the country. I am very much delighted that the jury constituted by International Conference on Power System selected SLDC Gujarat for this award. It is the best recognition ever our team received for pioneer work being done in SLDC Gujarat. It was certainly a very great learning experience for us being a team while participating in the various presenting stage of the award. I would like to convey my sincere thanks to Sri Upendra Pandey sir, MD GATCO, for inspiring and extending support all the time. I would like to convey special thanks to NLDC and WLDC team for extending help and guidance with their knowledge, experience, expertise, and kept us motivated to achieve our goal. I also extend my sincere appreciation and gratitude to my co-workers, team members, family members, and other multiple business associates. Without their help, this honor would not have been possible. This award would always have a place of honor in our organization. It has certainly boosted the morale of my team to achieve new heights. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Now let us move on to the next category of LDC Excellence Award, that is Medium State Load Dispatch Center. And I request Sri S.K. Suniji to declare the award and read the citation, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Bajpai. I am so happy that I have got this opportunity to announce the medium category LDC Excellence Award, which goes to Kerala State Load Dispatch Center. And I thank jury for selecting the right LDC in the medium category, which is neither big nor emerging. Kerala SLDC has adopted new technologies, automated various processes. It has implemented ADMS. It is doing the grid operation most economically by way of portfolio management. SLDC Kerala has initiated AGC pilot projects. It has developed mobile apps using voice alert for system for grid monitoring. Kerala SLDC has also focused on institutional capacity building through regular training, field visits, industry academia, collaboration, etc. All these activities have improved the quality of service rendered by the SLDC Kerala to the stakeholders. For excellence and outstanding contribution, LDC Excellence Award is conferred to the Kerala SLDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And now we will play the acceptance speech by the top official of Kerala State Load Dispatch Center.
Namaste. I am very honored to deliver this Thanksgiving message on the occasion of receipt of LDC Excellence Award 2021 by Kerala SLDC. The award has been institutionalized by Forum of Law Dispatches and is proposed to be continued on an annual basis in collaboration with NPSC or ICPS. The role of law dispatch centers in optimizing the cost of energy delivered within the country and in ensuring the reliability of supply is very important. The activities associated are multifaceted. It spans from power system studies, forecasting, finance management, data analysis, statistical analysis, IT, communication, etc., etc. As mentioned by the subcommittee also, we feel that the annual LDC Excellence Award will instill a commitment on the part of LDCs to explore the possibilities of achieving further optimization in their operation. The award has taken into consideration the adequacy and efficiency of internal process, learning and growth, financial prudence, future readiness, and stakeholder satisfaction. I am very glad as the head of LDC Kerala that we have been able to achieve maximum overall score in these areas. The credit of this goes to the entire team who are working now and who have worked in the past. This is a culmination of a work culture we had created in SLDC, and this is clear from the fact that we had been the recipient of the Best System Operator Award in 2015 also, institutionalized by CBIP. For the sake of formality, I express my gratitude on behalf of SLDC to the management of KACBL, who has been very considerate on the requirements of SLDC, and to all other agencies for their support and guidance in helping us to achieve this excellence. I wish to place thanks on behalf of SLDC on the professionals who have conceived this idea, who have devised the parameters for evaluation, and who has made it a success. And I also wish to place deep gratitude on behalf of SLDC Kerala to all the officers who have worked behind this process in making it a reality. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Now I request Sri KVS Babaji to announce the fourth and final category in the LDC Excellence Award under the Emerging State Load Dispatch Centers category.
Thank you, Bajpai sir, for giving me the opportunity to declare the winner in the Emerging Load Dispatch Center category. It is Manipur State Load Dispatch Center who has backed this with their excellent service, and they have been very effective and reliable telemetry of the reliable real-time data. They have important, and they are doing a great load forecast, in-house IT team that have developed different utilities useful for the able functioning of the SLDCs. And they have created social media, used social media creatively for making closed user groups, and that have improved the communication with the stakeholders and facilitated faster resolution of the pending issues. And Manipur SLDC also focused on institutional capacity building through knowledge sharing with the intrastate entities and regular training. So keeping all these things, the LDC Excellence Award has been conferred on Manipur SLDC. Congratulations to them.
Thank you, sir. Now we will show the acceptance speech from Manipur State Load Dispatch Center officials.
I, on behalf of Manipur State Power Company Limited and group of engineers working in State Load Dispatch Center Manipur, feel happy and proud to learn that Manipur SLDC has been conferred the first excellent award in the category of emerging LDCs. I'm very happy to learn the information, and this kind of competitions amongst the load dispatch centers is taking place for the first time, being organized by International Conference on Power System. I am really thankful to the organizer and jury members who has taken a lot of pain in making this competition quite successful. Lastly, I am very thankful to the jury members, Professor Anjan Bose, Washington State University, Mr. Binod Kumar Agrawal, former Executive Director, NLDC, Mr. Bhaksi, former Chairperson CA, and former Member Technical CERC, and also Moderator, Mr. Sailendra Burma, who represent full Secretariat. This kind of competitions amongst the system operator is happening for the first time, and this encourages a moral support and moral encouragement to all the system operator in the country. They have the sense of competitions amongst them, and this kind of excellent award should be taken place every year. I appeal upon the organizer to kindly conduct this kind of competition in the years to come, so that the system operated in the country have a sense of competition and have a very good performance in the system operation in the country. I'm very happy, especially for my engineers who work tirelessly day and night and who has put everything in the right direction, and we have been awarded the first prize in the country, in the first competition happening for the first time in the country. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all.
Thank you once again to Mr. Baba. Now we will have the vote of thanks by Shri M.K. Agarwal, Secretary to Forum of Load Dispatch Center.
Namaskar. On behalf of Board Secretariat, I would like to express my sincere appreciation and congratulations to all the awardees, that is National Load Dispatch Center, NLDC and SRLDC, Gujarat SLDC, Kerala SLDC and Manipur SLDC. I would wish to express my sincere gratitude to the jury members, Professor Anjan Bose, Sri S. Bakshi, Sri V.K. Agarwal sir. Through this process, you have shared your wealth of knowledge, which was very enlightening and great learning experience for all of us. Thank you, sir. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Sri S.K. Suni, who had been the guiding factor from the beginning in this first edition of LDC Excellence Award Program and directing this entire process to fruition. We are extremely grateful to the steering committee of ICPS 2021, Professor A.K. Pradhan and Professor Bajpai, and their team for organizing this event. I am sure this event will go a long way in the large interest of power system fraternity and building industry-academia relationship. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to management of POSOCO, Sri S.S. Barpanda, Director Market Operation, Sri Anshul Bhargav, Director HR, Sri S.R. Narasimhan, Director System Operation, and Sri K.V.S. Baba, CMD POSOCO. At the end, I would like to thank the members of POSOCO who have assisted the jury members in this entire process, particularly Sri Mitra Sen, Sri Man Singh, Sri Sailendra Verma, Sri Sarat Chandra, Ms. Suruchi Jain, Ms. Anisha, Sri Sudhir, Sri Prabhankar, Sri Subham. Most importantly, I would like to record my heartfelt thanks to all the load dispatch centers for their enthusiastic participation. Healthy competition among peers is the best opportunity to infuse a spirit of betterment and rising up to the challenge. This would also provide us an opportunity for collaborative improvement of all. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. And again, once more, we congratulate to all the winners, especially the Southern Regional Load Dispatch Center, the Gujarat State Load Dispatch Center, Kerala State Load Dispatch Center, and Manipur State Load Dispatch Center. Once again, a big round of applause for us. So we are at the end of this first LDC Excellence Award session, and thank you very much to all the members involved in this process. Now we are slightly delaying the timeline, and it is around 17 minutes we are delayed, and 10 minutes was the gap for the next session. So if possible, we can move on directly to the next session, that is on panel session 1. And I take the opportunity to introduce all the panelists involved in this session. So let me start with Professor Anjan Bose as a moderator for this session. And Professor Anjan Bose has over the 40 years of experience in industry and education and administration. He's a well-known technical expert and researcher in electrical power engineering. And he is Regents Professor in School of Energy Engineering and Computer Science at Washington State University. Next panelist in this session is Professor D.P. Kothari. Professor D.P. Kothari has been involved as a expert in power system for a long time, and he has authored more than 12 books in power system, and currently his research interest includes the optimal hydrothermal scheduling unit commitment, and he is still active in his domain. Another speaker in this panel session 1 is Professor Rangan Banerjee. He is a Forbes Marshall Chair Professor in Department of Energy Science and Engineering at IIT Bombay. And he helped to start this department in 2007. His area of interest includes energy management, modeling of energy systems, energy planning, policy, and hydrogen energy and fuel cells. We have another expert in this panel session is Professor Saket Chakravarti, and he is a PhD in electrical engineering from Memorial University of Newfoundland, Canada in 2006. And since 2009, he has been working in Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Kanpur, and he is currently the chair professor. His area of interest is in the area of power system state estimation, power system dynamics, stability, modeling of power system, loads, smart grid, and microgrid. Next panelist in this session is Shri Gautam Ray, and who is Executive Director for Human Resource and Administration in CSC Limited since 2017. And in his past career, he was the Vice President of HR at CSC, is a flagship company of RPG Enterprise and one of India's leading industry houses. CSC is India's first fully integrated electrical utility, generating, distributing electrical power in Kolkata and Howrah since 1897. Our next panelist in this panel session 1 is Professor Tripta Thakur, and she is currently Director General of NPTI, apex body of Ministry of Power, Government of India, and she was earlier head and professor of electrical engineering department at MNIT Bhopal, India. She is graduate in electrical engineering and master's in power electronics from IIT Kanpur and PhD from IIT Delhi. And she has been recipient of several awards such as Commonwealth Research Scholar at University of Dundee. And she has a teaching and research experience of 28 years and has early 100 publications to her credit. Our next panelist in this session is Shri S. Shyam Sundar, and he joined CPRI Bangalore in 1994 and serving till date with a total experience of 27 years. He is currently working as a joint director, and he received a BE in electrical engineering from Annamalai University in 1992. During 27 years of his service with CPRI, he has served in various testing, consultancy, research, and other works, along with testing and evaluation of type test and routine test of switchgear and control gear, transformer, etc. The next panelist was supposed to be Professor Mukhopadhyay, but as we have informed that due to convocation preparation, he is busy as in head of the department. Now we have Professor N.K. Kishore. Please, sir, move the video here. So Professor N.K. Kishore is here as a panelist, and he is the professor in Department of Electrical Engineering of IIT Kharagpur. He is an expert in high voltage technology and working in the department for several years. So now I request moderator Professor Anjan Bose to take over and kindly start the session as a moderator.
Thank you. As you heard, I'm Anjan Bose. I'm supposed to moderate this session. And let me first kind of lay out what we're going to do for this probably a little less than an hour and a half. As you saw, there are 7 panelists. And so what we will do is give each panelist a chance to talk about their own ideas about where power engineering education, energy engineering education is going. And each of them will have 5 minutes, which is a short amount of time, but we'll get the subject matter on the table by doing that. And then the whole idea is to spend maybe half of this time in question and answer and discussion among the panelists and the audience. Okay, so we will we'll go in the same order as the panelists appear on the program, and as we have different people with different backgrounds, some in the traditional electrical engineering department, some in the more newer energy engineering, more interdisciplinary departments, some in the training institute, some in the research institute, and so on. We hope to have quite a bit of interest, quite a bit of varied viewpoints on this matter. So as you heard, the focus of all of this is what we heard the first part of this morning as to how rapidly the whole power and energy environment is changing, especially in light of trying to decrease the amount of carbon in the environment, and which is going to impact the grid, the generation sources, and also how we consume electricity. And so I think we can start thinking about where our students should be going with what kind of background. The issue, of course, whenever you talk about what to teach in a syllabus, in a curriculum, the problem, of course, is that the amount of time we have as professors with students has been the same for the last 100 years. It's about 40 years. that from the time they kind of come out of high school and the time they go out into the real world. And whereas the technology has changed vastly, so the question is not how to add things to the curriculum, but how to change things in the curriculum. And but I won't take any more time, and instead I will ask Professor Kothari, who has been in this business, written many books for so many years in teaching classrooms, in administering programs, in everything. So we will start by asking Professor Kothari. Professor Kothari, you have 5 minutes. Professor Kothari?
Professor Kothari, good morning. Please unmute yourself.
We can't hear you, Professor Kothari. And we don't see you very well either. Let me ask the technical support people to try and resolve whatever the
Professor
technical
Bose, I have requested the team here to look into that.
Okay, so but instead of waiting, let's just let's go on to Professor Rangan Banerjee.
Good morning. I was hoping that I would start after Professor Kothari gave his overall background. But when we look at, one of the things that we should realize is that the energy sector is in a deep transition. And what we are, whether it is in electrical engineering, or it is in energy engineering, or it is in mechanical engineering, you need to understand that currently and in the past, we've had basically all our energy systems have been based on fossil fuels. And today we are seeing the issues of climate change, and we are also seeing that whether it is in 10 years, whether it is in 20 years, in 30 years, we are going to move away from fossil. And this is already visible when we look at solar photovoltaics, wind and renewables coming into the system. The character of the power system changes. The way in which when we think in terms of the power system where renewables is in the margin or renewables is in the mainstream, the rules of the game change and the problems and issues also change. So we need to look at flexibility, we need to look at variability, we need to look at ways in which we can see if it is going to be a large proportion of solar, how do we get storage, how do we look at demand response, how do we look at putting all of this together. And the process of doing this involves a transition. We have all these assets which we have created, whether it is coal plants, transmission systems, distribution systems, all which were initially based on these fossil fuel based systems, and we are going to make these transitions. This is not going to be easy. This is involving significant amount of costs and changes, and this also affords lot of engineering challenges. So I think we need to re-look at all our curriculum to see what is existing and see what needs to be changed, whether it is your machines, power electronics, power systems, or when we combine it. We at IIT Bombay felt that when we had an energy systems engineering which was at the master's level, and we had students coming in who were electrical engineers or mechanical engineers, but we found that students are constrained by their background. So an electrical engineer will not want to do heat transfer and thermodynamics, and Mechanical engineer did not want to look at power electronics, power systems. So we said, let's combine all the things that are required for an energy professional, and we combined this into a new program, which was a 5-year integrated master's program. And it was a dual degree program. And today I see that many IIT Delhi has now started a 4-year BTech program. IIT Kharagpur is restarting and looking at, so there are a lot of things which are looking at energy. So this is one thing. The second challenge I think that we need to see is, despite the fact in the past, everything has been going towards centralization, and we had large 500 megawatt, 1000 megawatt, gigawatt scale. We thought that when we had renewables, we would see a reversal of this trend. This is not happening because it is easier to finance, it is easier to build. So we are seeing again these large centralized PV, and the challenge now is, can we think through and look at decentralized systems where you have buildings which are generating their own energy, connecting to the grid. Again, the issues of sensors, controls, looking at things at this affords a lot of engineering challenges, and this is again something that we need to integrate into the curriculum. There is a problem with engineering education all across the world, and it is not related only with energy engineers. There is a challenge in terms of exciting and enthusing students. And in order to do that, I think power engineers and energy engineers need to engage with the reality. We need to look at learning by doing. We need to look at problem identification. We need to have industry and societal connect. And in our program, we try to involve, we have courses where we have an energy design project, we have a innovation lab. And I think we need to understand that in many of these systems in this transition, whether it is at the large scale or it is at the small scale, there are going to be significant breakthroughs, significant technology development, and we need to be able to have engineers who are at the forefront of this. So we need to reach out to the industry, help them in planning the transition, look at what are the things which are required and the innovations required. So the other thing which we also, so I think one aspect is in all our curriculum, we need to relook at it based on the current changing scenarios. The second thing that we need to see is we need to also see where are the problems and what are the things which are needed for this transition. Whether we like it or not, mitigation is not going to be enough. So there is going to be a significant amount of actual climate change, which means that we are seeing this in terms of extreme events. We need to have our power system and our energy system to be resilient. And designing for resilience again has its kind of challenge. In addition to this, which we were talking of for the specialist power and energy engineers, I think in the topic we were talking of engineering curriculum. So I think in all the engineering curriculum, there must be an appreciation and an understanding of some of the things related to energy. So Professor Bose, I know that there are many panelists, so I will stop here. But there are more things which I want to say, and I will say that when we have a chance during the question answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Professor Kothari available?
Sir, he is trying. There is some issue with his network, so kindly move on.
Okay, so the next person on my list is Professor Chakravarti, Soikat Chakravarti.
Okay, thank you, Professor Bose. I think Professor Banerjee mentioned many of the things that were actually there in my mind. The changes that are happening in power systems around the world, many technologies are coming in, many factors are actually playing in now, the increasing penetration of renewable energy sources, the converter interface generation that is actually changing the way the power systems are operating and controlled. Even the nature of stability problems are also changing because of this new converter interface generation. So, and also the way we monitor and control power systems, there has been tremendous development in that area. Especially in the transmission level, we now have the wide area measurement system. In the distribution segment, we have advanced metering infrastructure, including the smart meters. So that is actually revolutionized the way we monitor and control and protect the power systems in today's time. So, and the students who are graduating, they have to have some sort of knowledge in these new technologies for them to be able to gel into the power industry. So the curriculum that is there in universities that also have to be updated, as have been well mentioned by Professor Banerjee and Professor Bose. And we need more industry-oriented training, of course. Now, one thing additionally I'd like to highlight here, that's regarding the manpower training and the challenges that the power industries are facing regarding trained manpower. If you look at the number of persons in the power industry, manpower per megawatt of generation, there has been drastic reduction over the years. So the number of manpowers per megawatt generated is actually continuously decreasing. So that is actually a concern. Of course, you can think that there has been increasing automation, though, so the need for manpower might be reducing. But at the same time, there are many new technologies that are coming in. And one thing we have observed, in fact, we in IIT Kanpur, we have MOUs with NSGM, Ministry of Power, and also with Power Finance Corporation, that we conduct training programs, at least 3 training programs for utility engineers from all over India. Now, one thing we have observed there is that the engineers, the practicing engineers, they have a significant amount of inertia in learning new things. In fact, they are quite happy with the way things are, progressing in or happening in their control centers. The first question they will ask you, why should I learn about these smart grid technologies? In fact, usually we have 2-3 days program, and last day usually the attendance drastically reduces. So that's the one challenge we have to overcome, actually, to get people interested in these new technologies, to make them appreciate the value of this technology, how they are going to benefit, how the power system is going to benefit from the new technologies. So this has to be, we have to convince the power system practicing engineers regarding these. So manpower training is a very, very important thing that we have to do. Not only the graduating students, the practicing engineers as well. So I'll end here, and in the course of time, maybe I'll have some more comments on these aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chakravarti. The next speaker I have is Mr. Gautam Ray from CESC. We can't hear you, Mr. Ray.
Mr. Gautam Ray, can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear you.
No, sir, it's me, Prabodh. Mr. Gautam Ray, can you hear us? I request you to kindly move to the
next speaker.
Yeah, please.
Okay, Professor Tripta Thakur.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for giving this opportunity to interact with all the leaders in the engineering education. And yeah, can I continue?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, Mr. Gautam Ray has joined now.
Okay, so
no, you continue. Sorry. I didn't know why I was not heard. Anyway.
Yeah, so we'll come back to you in a minute. Yeah. So go ahead, Professor Thakur.
Thank you. So as we all engineers understand, this time is really, we are facing 2 major challenges. One is energy security and environmental concern. And we are developing to actually devise some solutions to take care of these 2 challenges. And both the challenges can be met when we have more and more penetration of renewable energy in our grid. And India is one of the leader. We have done a lot of commitment, and we have for future also, we are going in a massive way for having more and more penetration of renewable energy. And this actually going to pose a very, very challenging task for us for system integration. When I was discussing with many people, they are always mentioning that it is very easy because you can have renewable energy. It is the cheapest electricity mentioned by IEA in 2020 report. But when you integrate this renewable energy, the grid is not yet ready. So we have to find out various solutions to take care of this. And when we want to find out solutions in this changing scenario, and also as mentioned by Professor Ranjan, that we are already in the process of energy transition. And this transition, where we are going for more and more digitalization. And when we are going for more and more digitalization, this is going to give us an opportunity for more interaction. So now no field is actually very isolated. When I talk about electrical engineering, we need to have a knowledge of computers, we need to have a knowledge of communication, and similarly, this is expected. So there is a need for more multidisciplinary approach in the coming era. And also the more interaction with the industry. And as already mentioned by Saket, when he's doing training program for the field engineers, they are really, because they might be coming to you, Saket, first time in their life, because we have not designed for the capacity building for our engineers in a very proper manner. And fortunately, I'm sitting in a place where we are actually going for the capacity building and training through Ministry of Power. So we are going to design programs in a very structured way. Right from when the engineers start their career, they should also be given a chance for their capacity building and the training like others are getting. Like faculties, already PhD, but they are getting a chance to attend many faculty development programs and the projects with the foreign university and other places. But the field engineers has not been given this chance. But if we are going to have some structured training program, they will definitely get to know. And this is the time actually when the government is moving for implementing the reforms in the much awaited reforms in the distribution sector, because the Indian distribution sector is the only sector right now where we cannot compare with any developed nation. So a lot of emphasis in the form of RDSS scheme the government is putting to put a reform in the distribution sector. And this technology penetration in the form of smart meter and other things are going to come up. And for that, actually, the proper training for all the engineers and everyone is required. And in India, especially, we always know, because I belong to academia, and I know that the engineers which are coming up are in India, especially, are not having practical exposure, and they are not actually industry ready. So the new way of producing them more industry friendly internship scheme is actually implemented now in everywhere through AICT. So the student may be given a chance for the whole 1 year. He can attend the courses in NPTEL and can be engaged with some industry where the whole 1 year he can spend as an intern. And this actually going to give him a lot of exposure, and industry will also train them according to their need. So in this way, actually, we can fill the gap which exists between academia and industry. And this is actually required. The number we are producing, but what kind of number in terms of engineering manpower we are producing, this is the time to rethink and design our curriculum so that we should teach what is required by the industry, because things are changing so fast. And as already mentioned by Ranjanji, that energy transition is not so easy, but it is changing and we have to adopt that. So there is a need, and I really would like to congratulate the ICPC people that the very first session is very, very much required in the academia as well as in industry. I'm very happy to be part of it, and thank you so much. And whenever the question comes, I'm ready to reply.
Thank you, Dr. Thakur. I'll go to Gautam Ray next.
Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly and see you clearly.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Probably I am the lone person representing an industry in that way. I while agreeing to all the previous speakers, and it is a generally we all appreciate, there is a energy field actually going through a much of a transformation that we are observing all across the world. And typically the framework, what I find is the sustainability. We all are talking about the sustainability, the net zero, what we have discussed recently in Glasgow and as a COP26 agenda. So naturally the entire course, curriculum, industry, practice, consumer, everything has to take shift, and it is a qualitative shift. It is not something which is basically incremental. What I find that these are major shifts will take place within the next decade or so, and industry has to be ready for that. And naturally, typically what we have been taught on the question of powers engineering or something like this has to be broadened with the respect to the energy subjects, as we are all appreciating. But one thing I would like to say, that I firmly believe from experience that the fundamentals, the physics of engineering has to be there. There should not be any dilution on the fundamentals, because those are the base on which, because lot many changes will happen. We do not know what exactly change will take place tomorrow, in which direction it will move. So I have to be ready. I means I'm speaking about the younger generation. They have to be ready with the very strong fundamentals in their knowledge base so that they can adopt any changes whenever required. We cannot really decide today. Whenever we talk about strategy, probably in today's world, the strategy is that there is no strategy. Tomorrow, I do not know what strategy I have to take place. So that is the changes I have seen in my life, what has happened in the industry. And starting from the concept of the source-based energy dispatch, now it is basically becoming the consumer-based. Consumer are the deciding factor. They will opt for at any point of time whatever they want, whatever the energy mix, whatever the time of the day, when they will use, and the readiness of the utility which will be ready to serve that, they will sustain, they will exist, others not. So that is the type of competition. And as you know, sir, the product which we are dealing is do not have any model or color. So it is basically the reliability or resilience, what you call, and the cost. These are the two driving factors whether a utility will be there or not. Now, bringing that into the point, whole issue is the process and the process optimization. Process and process optimization, how can you bring it into the curriculum? That's very important. I am saying about some of the major things that are happening, like regulations, like market. Today, the way the power exchanges are operating in the country like India and all over the world, of course, it's amazing. We just cannot think it 2 decades back. So the market-driven dispatch philosophy, then the regulations which are continuously changing, the larger grid management and optimization. These are some of the things along with the retail, because you will appreciate the retails are getting isolated from the fundamental network business. So how to really make ourselves, because ultimately at the end of the day, you have to survive. So these are some of the subjects we definitely have to, bring into the, we of course we do about something about meter, consumer end, energy monitoring, energy optimization, how we can bring this along with energy storage. That probably will be the, will take the driving seat tomorrow. That probably will make or break the entire thing. So these are some of the things where I find even the integration might be required with the material science, with the mechanical engineering. Whatever concept I had when I was a student electrical engineering. So where there is a need for specialization, there is a need for integration too. So the curriculum will speak for both specialization as well as integration. We also operate from CSC, as you know, it is a 120-year-old company. Till we are operating with, touchwood, with humbleness, I can tell you that with a lot of, good performance index. And we operate one institute called Asia Institute of Power Management. I can only tell you, sir, it was not something the core business of us, but hundreds of engineers, we are basically going through our programs from different utility, not only within the country, but also the neighboring countries. The reason is that we have adopted the philosophy of practice-based approach, sharing of knowledge and practice-based approach. And that's the AIPM, actually the key factor for AIPM. It has become successful. We have a collaboration with Singapore Power. So with this, I thought I would share in 5 minutes whatever I gathered through my experience. It's nothing right, nothing wrong, nothing yes, nothing no. So we have to, navigate in the manner what will come. We have to take the challenge and overcome that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Professor Bose, Professor Kothari is online now. I think we can take him.
Yes, thank you. Is Professor Kothari, are you ready? Professor Kothari, you're muted right now.
Okay. You're unmuted. You have to unmute. He's speaking, but can you send a message across to him?
Yes, sir, I'll send it.
Professor Kothari.
You have to unmute, please.
Yes, he's not
Maybe
able to.
we'll move on to the
next one. All right. All right. Mr. Sundar from CPRI.
Hello. Thank you, Professor Ranjan Bose and all the ICPS team. And thanks for giving an opportunity to CPRI to be in the panel. And the subject, the integrating approach to energy and power in engineering subject is very, very want of the day. Okay, and I see there are two factors in this integration of energy and power management into engineering subjects. Primarily, I feel that any education in the engineering to relate the theoretical knowledge in the courses to relate to the physical world of power and energy management, so that the engineers are able to grasp the concepts as required in the reality. So this is one of the primary factors which I feel could be of value addition. And then as energy and power is required, the interdisciplinary understanding of various subjects is essential as against only the power sector or the electrical engineers. That is one of the things. And thirdly, what I see is, as Sesk pointed out, it is the sustainability and also the reliability to the consumers becomes the primary factor to have the utilities managing the energy management. So as a reliability factor, the reliability factor depends on various factors of load forecasting, the quality of the components, quality of the design, quality of the planning. And these, I feel that it requires an exposure of standards to the engineering curriculum. So the standards defines in a more better way the quality of the products, the quality of the requirement of planning, design, and the forecasting. So, and CPRI like organizations are involved in establishing the national test laboratories, which have built the state-of-the-art technologies to adhere to the standards requirement, which is the indirectly a backbone for the reliability of the power components in the large networks. So the curriculum should have an exposure to the understanding of the national test laboratories, which are key in maintaining the reliability of the system indirectly. So, CPRI also organizes the training sessions and courses, which should be having the academics should have an association with the CPRI like organizations to build curriculums which can give modules which can give more practical understanding to the reality of designing the power components, which is of very key. And experts, we need to build a lot of experts in the area of the power components. As Cesc was pointing out, it requires the core engineering knowledge. So the core engineering knowledge, then the experts needs to build. They should have exposure to these design factors of the power components and the power networks. Like reactive power management becomes a major challenging thing in the utilities, and also the contingencies, the short circuit studies, and we see a lot of maintenance cost involved into the utilities as compared to the operation and management. So this finally lands up with the quality of the components which go into the network. So the quality and its reliability is dependent on the testing facilities, and also development of quality products and its design knowledge is also an interdisciplinary engineering, which also should have an part in the engineering education, like the switchgear design or a transformer design into the practicalities, like what are the current technologies, and keeping pace with the technological developments when it comes to smart meters, so or any other solar, PV solar generation or distributed energy generation. Of course, the curriculums are coming into the academics, but how far it is meeting the practical needs when the engineers are put into challenge. So we get a disaster management due to cyclone. So how far the engineers are expertise on the product design and the network design to manage the challenges faced with the utilities, like the energy loss, the T&D loss is a big factor. So we are facing the challenge, and the reduction in the T&D losses are not very much appreciable in reality. So these factors, I think, if the engineers are, while at the education level, have the curriculum and the base towards this knowledge of what are the challenges practically, and what are the fundamentals and the design features of the network and the power components, will add value to the engineers and make them experts to face the challenges in the future. And I feel the academics and the utilities to make use of the test facilities and an association and associate with CPRI for training and for the component testing, as well as for the power system consultancy, what CPRI is involved in, so that it gives a bridge from the academics to the actual requirement in the industry.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Professor
I think we
Kothari,
can have
ready?
Dr. Kothari.
Now, am I audible now?
Yeah, very much.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear
Thank
you.
very much. And very good afternoon to all of you. Namaskar, Kimono Chen. See, this is a wonderful opportunity given to me this afternoon to talk to such 8 great people and rest of the world. See, my main job was energy education. I think we should start from ITI, because we need someone to repair our solar cooker, solar water pump, all these gadgets. Who will repair if there is no ITI? Then we should have Polytechnic also energy. Further, since you are very close to Kolkata, please request IIT India to start AMI in energy also. There is AMI in electrical, there is AMI in mechanical. Why not in energy also? Then BTech energy today only in IIT Bombay, IIT Kharagpur. Other IIT should also start. BITS Milani and VIT Vellore, of course, they have BTech. MTech is everywhere. There is no problem. And it's at least 20 people. PhDs, everybody is guiding. Another thing which I want to tell you is there is a UNU university in Tokyo. We used to have in IIT Delhi a UNU program for SAARC countries. I think now either IIT Bombay, Professor Rangan or Banerjee or IIT Kharagpur should take it up, talk to UNU University Tokyo, and they will give you that program. Then that is a tax-free income. As it is, the teacher's income is very low, 7th pay commission or 8th pay commission. So that UNU people give you dollars in tax-free. And those who take lectures, and we will be able to train people from Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka. We were doing it. Professor Kanpal is there in IIT Delhi. You can contact him. He used to be coordinator. Earlier, SS Mathur was coordinator. Earlier, MS Soda was coordinator. IIT Delhi has given a lot of people for energy education. Right from late KL Chopra, who was 2 times director of IIT Kharagpur. IIT Delhi has given 2 directors to IIT Kharagpur. So that is a contribution to IIT Kharagpur. Then you can also see each BTech program should have at least one compulsory course for energy policy, energy audit, energy optimization, energy conservation, energy maintenance. Because it all story started with 1882 when Thomas Edison gave a bulb, and till 15th August 1947 when he got freedom, we were only 1360 megawatt. Now we are 4 gigawatt. We want to become 5 gigawatt to become a developed country. 5 gigawatt, who will make rural wind energy and solar energy? Solar and wind in India, we consider them God, Surya Devata and Pavan Devata. We give arc to the sun in the morning, and then I think we should have 150 gigawatt of solar, 150 gigawatt of wind by 2030, and so that we can become a developed country by that time. We are already developed. We are second largest scientific and technological manpower in the world. People like Anjan Bose, so many Indian professors. If you withdraw Indian professors from USA, US education will collapse. That is the contribution of Indian professors, like Professor Anjan Bose and others. So many are there. Professor M.A. Pai is still there. So the one compulsory course for all engineering education. I request AICT people. I don't think there is any representative there, but you can convey. There are so many good people sitting there, important people. They can convey to AICT people. Professor Sahasra Buddhe, who was also in IIT Guwahati as a deputy director. Then he was a VC of Pune University. He will appreciate it. And let us have one complete course, compulsory, a minimum elective. But compulsory is better, and electrical BTech education should be revised so that we get more of energy courses. Now it is full of computer. I'm not against computer. After all, we are ICT capital of the world. Machine learning, deep data, cloud computing, all these things can be used for energy also. Energy and power systems, both. And I think we should produce more and more teachers. We are short of teachers. When I was a director at IIT Delhi, good teachers were not available. Now even bad teachers are not available. Without teachers, who will teach? So that is my another worry. So let us produce PhDs in electrical, in energy, and tell them to give them proper good salary. After all, why can't we give that? We give salary to so many people. Teachers also deserve that. After all, they also have sons and daughters. They have to marry them, and still dowry system unfortunately is there in India. So all of them should go at least 1 year abroad to take some money, earn money, and come back and marry their sons and daughters. And another thing, population. We are growing population exponentially. Let us stop at 1.4 billion. We are not, should not cross China. We should cross China for other things. Like Chinese goods are very popular throughout the world. Why not Indian goods? Let us make them cheaper, better, energy efficient. And energy efficiency is very important. For example, the illumination. Somehow utilization of electric power course is gone because of computer courses to accommodate. Let us bring it back. Put illumination is a very important topic, because every home we have a lights. Let us have energy efficient light. And conservation is very important. I don't want to make it a 60-minute lecture. I'll again thank Professor Anjan Bose, IIT Kharagpur, to give me this opportunity. Of course, I'm always there. I've written 5 energy books. I hope more people will write. Professor Rangan Banerjee, etc. Of course, he might have already written. He was an old friend. And Tapta Thakur is there. She was our student in IIT Delhi. So I think with this, I thank all of you for giving me this opportunity and listening me. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kothari. We have one speaker left, and that's Professor Kishore. So it's up to you to match the last speaker.
Yeah, I will go back looking at the way I grew up as an engineer. Okay, I started, I could not crack JE and I wanted to become a doctor. I missed the seat by 1 mark in both Calcutta Medical College and Andhra Medical College in Vizag. And then, in fact, I cried the day I wrote IIT JE, you know. After the maths paper, I was really down. And then somebody told me, why don't you try engineering? Because I used to tinker with things at home. So I went to Usmania University, Hyderabad. And I had an option between JNTU, Kakinada and Usmania University, Hyderabad. I preferred Usmania University, Hyderabad because my father was in the army and I wanted to have a cosmopolitan township rather than a regional based thing. But I found excellent teachers there who taught us many things. Like I had electrical circuits taught by a person who got his PhD from IIT Kharagpur. And in those days, I was not so much aware of that IIT Kharagpur was mother IIT. But for me, IIT was synonymous with Kanpur. Okay, that was the kind of a thing. We had only 5 IITs in those days. And it's not correct to say, but I used to say they are the original IITs. I used to use that term. It may not be right. But then we had even a visiting professor who was our alumnus who taught us mechanical engineering during. So he taught us in a very different way. He gave us a take-home test. We had to go to the library, review, and he would give comments depending on the ability of the student, either in English, Hindi or Telugu, depending on the ability of the student. That was one thing. And only thing he would never tolerate was talking in the class. He said, you can do anything. You can eat, you can put your legs on the desk, do anything, but you have to have your own writing. That's one thing. Secondly, looking back at then I, of course, moved on for different reasons into postgraduate program. Without knowing anything, I opted for high voltage engineering at Indian Institute of Science. And lo and behold, we were only 3 students in the class. For a moment, I really got perturbed. And then, anyway, it was an interdisciplinary program between physics and electrical engineering. So learned a lot of things, but finally, when I moved to PhD, I again came back to power systems in the sense I worked on transients in power systems based on lightning. And basically, I would prefer to work on the digital side. I used the EMTP techniques, and then Damal had just introduced in those days. And I got a chance to work with DRDO projects by which I got exposed to NEMP and lightning generation in the laboratory and various things for the DRDO, which I cannot elaborate beyond this because of the confidential nature. However, that made me a complete engineer in the sense, looking at from the material to the product at the end of it. But here, I remember only one quote by Lord Kelvin. Unless you can hang a number to that, it's of no use. So it depends on how much you can measure. Your sensitivity is very important. And that's where it lies. And well, I got a chance to join in IIT Kanpur. It didn't click through because of some court case. And then I joined Kharagpur. And then I had to start teaching. That was almost 31 years ago as a lecturer. And in IISc, we had no teaching load. We used to think, research was like you do it on the lawns. And engineering involves 3 things. One is looking at running the system as it is. 2, design. 3 is innovate. And the world is fast moving. Time is available is same. And you have to adapt more things. And electricity has been a sector which gave us the computers. I remember IBM invented computers for power flow. to begin with. And I say that electricity sector takes any technology that's available as on date. And the other thing is learning is continuous from cradle to grave. It has to be there. I don't remember in which year, but Professor Bose went on a program sometime, I forgot the year, to MIT for a leadership training. After 2010, I guess. Now, Professor Bose can correct me. I forgot the year. So you can just imagine, Professor Bose is an alumnus. I met him in CPRI in a National Power System conference where he talked about real-time simulation at that time. And that was the, of course, I did not know that he was alumnus of this department in those days, because I was doing EMTP simulation. So I went and met him and spoke something. I had a colleague of mine who was there. At that time, I think Professor Bose was with Arizona State University, if I remember correctly. And how I got into energy. Yes, we had a mission set up by Department of Telecommunication in India, where each IIT and IISc was given several collaborative works. IIT Kharagpur was with Vodafone. And the Vodafone had the primary focus was standalone power supply for a telecom station. See, you see the new generation, what you call, they are impatient. When I came here in 91, people would say, if power goes, we wait for a week. Today, people ask you in 1 minute. I remember when I, along with Professor A.K. Sinha, late Professor A.K. Sinha, we both would manage the system almost from 1997 to 2007. I was in the advisory committee of this institute. And many changes were brought. I've learned the practice of engineering. In fact, IIT Kharagpur gave me to practice the engineering I learned. So therefore, if you see curriculum-wise, we have to empower the students to be able to learn on themselves. In fact, I would go a little further that time is not same. We are reducing the time as we go by. In fact, I had a visitor, Fulbright visitor from Texas, who told me, your students are spending far more time in the classes than what they should be spending outside the class. For an hour of class, they should be able to spend 2 hours outside and yet have a quality life. Work-life balance must be there. And the Vodafone got me into this energy sector, and Dr. Bajpai was the young faculty at that time. We looked at both solar and wind, which are being focused as in fact, if you see the energy policy of the country, it says, if we move away to wind and solar, it's your own, they are complementary, although they are intermittent in nature, but they are your own, right? And security is there, because Dr. Gautam Ray was talking about security. And so adapting the technologies is very important. That's what I would say. And we also have a national education policy which has come up, which talks about multi-entry and multi-exit. Even during my Fulbright fellowship in UMass Amherst, I saw there has been a discussion of forming a collaborative wind university. If I remember correctly, the 3 universities which were collaborating was Arizona State University, and then this is not the one in Phoenix, Professor Bose, it is the other one. And then the UMass Amherst and NREL is the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Okay. And it is called as it's called World Wind University, but at the moment, they are not taking the foreign collaborators. So they say UMass has a strong listing on the offshore wind. And like that, they're having the programs put together using the remote platform. You give packets of credits you have certain number of certificates. When you put them together, you get a degree or diploma, depending on. And as Mr. Gautam, as someone said, we do need somebody to do the brass tacks. We need ITI, and Professor Kothari was the one. In fact, I remember when he was the deputy director of the IIT Delhi, I met him and he said, the energy program is not really kicking off. That's how I could write so many books. And we had this thing, I remember a lot of forethought. Professor Y.P. Singh, who is no more, he was the one who started energy program in IIT Kharagpur. However, 2 more minutes, Professor Bose, I will complete. We could not sustain it because the Indian industry was not ready for taking interdisciplinary engineers. We have somehow got into a fold where we want to specialize rather than be an engineer. If you go back to the beginning of engineering, there were only 2 engineers, civil engineer and a military engineer. There were no other engineers. If you look back to the electrical engineering education in the country, it began in Indian Institute of Science and Physics department as an applied electricity program, which is the engineering faculty today. You see, we had hydropower, civil engineering came. You had thermal power, mechanical engineering came. You needed control, therefore, and instrumentation, electronic design technology came. And you needed signals to be transmitted, communication engineering came. You needed testing, high voltage engineering came. So that's how the things develop. And last point I would say is, when we were our master's program was power system engineering. Keeping importance of the energy, it was in 2009 ICPS that we rechristened or reformatted it as power and energy systems. And there I had people from various parts of the world, including industry. One of them was Dr. Kannan from Crompton Greaves, R&D. And what he said is, as Mr. Shyam Sundar was telling, what we need is people having good fundamentals. And Mr. Gautam Ray said, good fundamentals, ability to change is the key way to key life. So the curriculum can be done. And in fact, we have done with our new curriculum. One of the things which we have included is a semester-away program where they can go to an industry, they can go to an R&D lab, they can go to another collaborative university, getting the double degrees, etc. However, funding is to be seen how to fund their travel, enable the movement across. Unlike our student days, today the opportunities are many, and thanks to internet, you get the information. With this, I'll close.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kishore. I'd like to open this up to questions, and I'm not sure what the process is in terms of getting questions from the audience. Do they have access to the chat or Q&A?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so as they posted on the chat, I'll pick them up. Right, but in the meantime, I think we can sort of bring up some questions ourselves. And,
Professor Bose, Professor Casta here in the audience would like to ask a question.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Professor Casta.
Can you come forward? You come near. Come over there. I'll come on to the dais otherwise. In fact, he was my wind energy partner, you know. And I remember reading the document made by Professor Rangan Banerjee on engineering education, which led to the formation of new IITs.
Yeah, this is for all the panelists. This is the Professor Casta. I would like you to tell 2 things. One is first is what is the major structural change you suggest in power engineering curricula, undergraduate BTech curricula?
Okay, so I think that's a general enough question. Most of us keep talking about the fact that the grid the transmission, distribution, and all of that is going to change very fast. So the question, I guess, is very relevant. Who wants to take it up?
I can add a few things here.
Shekhar, go ahead. Yeah.
Nowadays, we see increasing penetration of IT and communication engineering in power engineering. In fact, the power plus IT plus communication makes a great smart. So maybe if we can have some, offer some modular courses in relevant communication engineering and also relevant IT. For example, SCADA, AMI, software engineering aspects which are relevant to the power industry. So that would be useful. It may not be a very, a full course, but whatever working knowledge is needed, if we can provide in terms of modules, so that would be helpful. We do some such things in IIT Kharagpur also.
May I interrupt here for a moment? When I say structural change, I will come to the content later. What I mean is that the components of engineering education, for example, theoretical coursework, laboratory work, project, internship, these are mainly the components of a engineering education.
Can I try to answer you?
So my question is, what kind of change would you like to see in this kind of a structure?
Okay.
You want to add something, drop something?
So we got the question, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Question clear?
Banerjee.
Yeah. So I think structurally, we are often attuned as people, we have silos in which we plan our knowledge. And we have to, in some way, I think, break the silos a little bit. We also have to change the, we have in all our curriculum, we have core and electives. I think we need to rearrange so that the core is slightly less. And I think still we have to, this is a difficult challenge because we have to ensure that we teach the fundamentals and some engagement where we put it all together and people can see the entire system coming, and some kind of engagement or immersion with real life problems is something I think should be done, because that would engage. What happens usually is, I think someone in the panel said this, that we usually start, whenever we do a curriculum review, we always do incremental changes. So we start with saying, okay, we have so many courses in, we say, in machines, so many courses in power electronics, and then we need to reduce so many courses. So, and then the person who teaches that will say, no, you can't leave this part out, and you can't. So we need to actually go back to the drawing board and see what are the fundamentals that definitely need to be there, what are the kind of skill sets, what kind of appreciation of whole system things will be there, and then fit it into the time of things. And then in this process, I think this is something which people have already mentioned. The students today, it's not about information. So it has to be about some analytical skills, some insights. Information people can always get. So we need to rework this, and we need to also involve industry and get some feedback and look at it. I think another thing which I don't know whether that is something, we even in electrical engineering, I think there is people often do not, power and engineering is not necessarily their preferred choice. And so I think many of these things we need to look at the reality and rework and change the structure so that some components, some more flexibility is brought into it. I also feel that most of it is more on the demand side. We need to strengthen some of the things in terms of understanding the demand and how we can look at flexibility in the demand and these optimization systems, controls. People anyway want to put AI and ML in everything, so we should jump onto that bandwagon, but still keep the fundamentals with us. So we have to be a little bit of strategic in this. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I think in the structure, more flexibility, more integration, interdisciplinarity, and then linking up with real life problems. And that real life problem should be brought to in the beginning of the course, because one of the things which happens is that in engineering, it's always difficult to sustain interest of many students. So they would often prefer to go for finance and other things. Of course, there's a separate issue related to that. But I think the challenge of if people find something interesting, that can be. Thank you.
So let me broaden the question. Professor Kothari, you had a.
Professor Kothari wants to answer something.
Yes, go ahead, Professor Kothari, but you're muted right now. Professor Kothari, you're still muted.
Can't hear you.
Yeah.
We can't hear you, Professor Kothari.
Yeah. No, you can't. Okay, so let me, while that is being fixed, let me broaden that same issue right now, because I remember what Professor Thakur and Mr. Sundar kind of said about this whole idea of training, of practical training, of having short courses, having things. And so one thing that has struck me about the structural, our structural diagram of our curriculum and syllabus is that we always do things in 3 hour per week increments of things. Whereas when I look at medical schools or other law schools or colleges or veterinary medical colleges, they have a different way of structuring things. I mean, they have these kinds of courses as well because they need fundamentals as well. But so they will teach a course in, say, surgery, but it'll be taught by 5 different people or 7 different people, each teaching maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And that will be a course in surgery because every surgery is completely different. Right. So if you're going to, and this is very common that somebody goes and teaches it. And this is not the practical stuff. This is, I mean, you also have to do practical things in surgery, but knowing the different things about, what are the instruments that are needed, what is the latest technology. So it becomes understanding something very practical, very new, or something that's going on right now. So you bring in the experts and you do that. So I was wondering if there's a way to marry what, let's say, CPRI and NPTI are trying to do with what we do at the university level in engineering curriculum. I don't know if anybody has any.
Sir, I was not audible. Should I repeat whatever I said?
Yes, no, go ahead.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible now.
Yeah, so I'll repeat whatever I said. I said we should add power system optimization, power system communication courses to our power system curricula. Next, I said MBA should be there in energy systems. Earlier in NPTI, Dr. Tripta Thakur sitting there, she's Director General, they used to have it MBA in energy systems. So why not start? There are so many NPTIs in India, Nagpur, Durgapur, Faridabad, and so on. So let us have, Australia has started MBA in cricket. There's a lot of money in cricket, IPL. So why not we start MBA in energy system? Then next they can change their name NPTI to NPETI. That is a National Power and Energy Training Institute for teachers. This secondly thing, practice school. I hope you know about BITS Pilani practice school scheme. Like each medical college associated with hospital, so each engineering college should be associated with an industry. So one semester, all students can go to industry. No IIT, no NIT has done that. I don't know why, but BITS Pilani is running it for last at least 50 years successfully. Practice school concept is very good. It came from MIT Boston because we had a collaboration with MIT Boston. So I think IITs and NIT should consider that to have a 1 semester in industry for the student. And each student, project student should submit a paper to Student Journal of India. There is a student journal. So why not students catch them young? They should start writing papers right from final year level. Once they have a paper, job will be no problem. No, jobs is the main problem in India. So let us get them jobs by having an incubation center in every IIT, every NIT, every engineering college, and then entrepreneurship cell, so that they can be job givers rather than job seekers. I think that is also. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there is all these ways of mixing and matching things. This idea. I mean, in the US, many of the engineering colleges also do this mixing with industry, but matching that industrial thing with something, some educational objective is difficult. So so there's but I think we'll have to start thinking more broadly about structure, about the structure, I think, which was the original question about.
Yeah. Can I speak something, because NPTI name is mentioned?
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
So we are also offering NPTI services for internship program, and where we will give you a practical exposure to the student, what is happening in the industry. And secondly, we are also running for those who are engineers. For them, actually, we are running 1-year PGDCA program, in which we are placing them 100% placement is assured. So again, there we are being in touch with some industry, because if more number is involved, there is a problem, but our number is limited. So we have the flexibility, we are in touch with the industry, and accordingly, we are designing, we are very flexible. We are designing our curricula as per the expectation of the industry. So NPTI and CPRI are really very open. Even for the research, the CPRI is taking PhD scholar for 1 year, and I think more than that, so that they can work on the real problem, industry-based problem. So more collaboration is the answer. For accordingly, actually the curriculum can be redesigned. But as a teacher, I know that when you want to remove some courses and would like to add some courses based on the new energy transition, there is a lot of difficulty which we are facing, because as an engineer, we also want to teach them basic sciences. So one semester is fully for physics, chemistry, and maths carry on. So there is a little bit problem. So we need to again restructure, trying to introduce some courses as not as a mandatory course, but if the students are interested, they can take the extra courses to upskill their knowledge. Thank you.
So along those lines, there's a question on the question and answer sheet. Actually, it's from Dr. Manohar Singh from CPRI. And the question is there any knowledge disseminating group where a young engineer can reach for any query on new areas? Of course, I don't know. I mean, we don't have a Google type system where you can just go ask a question. But is that a good?
There is actually a scheme called Ask a Question, which is run by the Ministry of HRD, Ministry of Education now. And I think that also has themes on power and electricity. So that's one of the things. There are also professional agencies which have this. So, but yeah, I think Mr.
Kishore, you wanted to say something?
So I wanted to say this. Actually, when CPRI was set up, it was on the lines of EPRI of US. And what I've seen in the recent scenario, when we were going through COVID, I was in UMass. Mass General had a problem with the ventilator cables, and they were fixed by the faculty in the ECE department at UMass. That was one thing. Second thing was, there was a nanomaterial developed for the, what you call, I mean, these things, masks, okay, which were initially the US government said, no need of masks. But then later, as the cases rose in New York, they said, yes, you should go in for masks. And as Professor Banerjee, or I should call, we should, Saikat was saying, we should go out of silos, because somehow we are, see, the last 31 years, I have been telling that we have 40 faculty members, means we have 40 areas, but we are all electrical engineers. See, we have 3 departments in this institute in the regimen of electrical engineering. We have electrical engineering, electronics and communication engineering. Electronics is nothing, it's a low voltage electrical engineering. And then we have computer engineering. Computer engineering is the hardware part of which is basically the electronics. Computer science is a mathematics. So I believe that the broadening is very important, number one. And the other thing is, I have had experience of taking a course through remote learning for 10,000 teachers in the country on power systems. It was done in a way, it was a MHRD initiative, jointly held by IIT Bombay and IIT Kharagpur. And Professor Soman of IIT Bombay, myself and Dr. Gautam Bandyopadhyay of B College, we took the course. 40 hours, we trained about 200 people. Then out of these 200, 100 people, they have remote locations where they would train each of them, another 100 teachers each, making it 10,000. And how do they do it? The first training program is fully captured in the form of videos, and their Moodle-based learning management system is used, and they're given assignments. In fact, some of the people who came for the course were really cribbing when I gave the assignments, because they have to submit that and they are graded. Based on that, coordinator is allowed to operate the course. Then at a later point, at the end of 3 months, these remote locations, they would go through all these videos and complete the assignments. Then we talk to those 10,000 teachers from the studio in Kharagpur. In fact, Professor Soman could have done it from IIT Bombay, but he preferred to come to, 1 minute, sir, let me complete. So one size does not fit all. That's number one. Second thing is, I hear a lot of engineers, even our alumni have told us, to become a true engineer, it takes almost 20 years. That was the way it used to be. You're not an engineer the day you graduate from the university. However, that was in the regimen of the large-scale technologies like generators, transformers, motors, which were heavy machines. But today you have compact designs. And you have electronics, which is, you see your mobile. I bought this mobile phone just 2 years ago when I went on my sabbatical. Already it's outdated. I find there are many features are missing continuously. You see the revolution which took place in the country. Agriculture revolution was the first one, then the milk revolution, then came the telecom revolution, then the PC revolution, and mobile revolution. Mobile is something which has really enabled even our vegetable vendor. And the biggest thing which they do is missed call. That's the Indian discovery. Missed call is you communicate the complete message. It is the information has to be complete. And as somebody said, having information is not enough. Information should be converted into, data is there, information has to come, from there knowledge has to come. So we have NPTEL resources which are even used by the US universities, and learn at your convenience. So curriculum should have provisions, as Professor Kothari said, semester away program where they go to industry or they go to another university. So we have people who are managing the system. There are people who are designing, who are being researched. But the bottom line is, don't stop learning. I can, from cradle to grave, you have to learn. I can tell you, my father, after retirement from the Indian Army, he took 5 degrees, BA, MA, MPhil, PhD in Sanskrit, BA, MA in sociology, astrology, and he did. And why he did that? My brother went to Russia. When he went to Russia, he had to tell them about our culture. He would come and bug him. My father said, I don't know. I have to read the original scriptures to understand the thing. So he got his PhD in 2014 from Osmania University. And the registrar was my physics teacher in my BE. okay, at that time. And he has then converted them into two monograms. One is on astrology in Telugu and another one on Arthashastra in the Mahabharata and in today's Indian Army. These are the two books he converted. And of course, this is the thing. And once he wrote the book, he felt boring. And soon we lost him.
So let me Professor Kishore, let me give somebody else a chance.
Sure, definitely.
Mr. Sundar, you haven't said anything in response to any of the thoughts about practical things and short courses. You're muted. Yeah.
He's still muted.
Yes. Mr. Sundar, you're muted.
I mean, I'll add one thing. We have introduced what is called as a do-it-yourself in our new curriculum, which basically makes a composite team, because when you want to develop a product, I'll again quote from one circuits book where analysis, synthesis, design, and product development. Product development is done in phases.
Mr. Sundar.
Yeah.
Sir. Thanks for calling me. Sir, what I feel is the structure was the question. How do we structure was the question. I feel like that. So the structure of the curriculum, what I feel is has to be established in such a way that one is it kindles the interest of the minds of the students to align with the subject rather than any other career growth or anything. For the time being, what he studies, he should get aligned in interest with the subject. And that I feel, as I told, it has to relate, the engineering subject has to relate to the physical world for managing power. So if he's able to be trained in that way to grasp the concepts with the reality, because the technology keeps changing. So whatever the education is there, when the engineer passes out, he should be able to connect with the industry and meet the challenges of the industry and provide solutions to the challenges. So in current trend, we are having the challenges as the losses, energy efficiency, smart grid. So an understanding requires a lot of experts to be fielded from the engineering graduates who come to manage the situation. And I feel there should be working groups and a structure, not only on the curriculum, a structure within the country where we connect each other so that to formulate modules and working groups which can help the interested minds of the young generation who can make a change and we can feel more experts. So regarding the academics of changing the content of a syllabus is we do not have experience on that, but I really feel that there is that change in the engineering syllabus should connect with the real demand requirement of experts required to meet the challenges.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we are about at the end of the time schedule, and so I think we should try to bring this to an end. What I'd like to do is, but of course our previous sessions all went over time, so we will go a little bit over time here. And what I'd like to do is go to each of the panelists and ask them to give one thought, just one, not more than one, I'll cut you off. One thought about what should be changed about engineering education today. And if the thought is about energy engineering education today, that's even better. Okay, so let's see, who should we start with? We'll go in the opposite direction. How about Professor Kishore?
One of the things which we do in our system is we do not empower our students to handle failures. That's a very important. In fact, Mr. Shyamsundar also mentioned about disaster management. That's what is important. And as a trained high voltage engineer, having adaptive testing, I used to find 1 minute test in the high voltage laboratory would be such a long time. I never thought it could be so long, 1 minute. And you remember the mail and express trains used to stop for a minute. So it used to be, that's the thing. So, and I had to change. I had changed. I taught illumination engineering here for architecture students. I have a virtual high voltage laboratory. And I moved in, thanks to two of my colleagues, into the domain of energy. As a insulation was taught to us by a group of 6 people. 1 course, 3 credits.
All right,
that's
enough. Mr. Sundar, your one thought, one parting thought.
Yeah, the quality of the network design and the quality of the products, we need to create engineers who can make product designs by themselves and a network design which can meet the challenges. That I feel if it is coming into this.
Professor Thakur.
Yeah, for me, actually, the thought is that we should design curriculum with the industry collaboration.
Okay. Gautam Ray, by the way, he had to leave. He had something else, so he's not. So Shaikat is next.
I'd say include more interdisciplinary content in the curriculum, relevant interdisciplinary content.
All right. So Rangan Banerjee.
I think we need to have an immersion and an problem identification from real life, so that people can understand what is the challenges, and then curriculum should encourage early stage identification and the understanding of what we are doing, why we are doing, and then build up accordingly.
Okay. Well, the last person on my list is Professor Kothari, but I don't see him. He might have had his last say. Professor Kothari. Okay.
May I say something?
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'll tell you one thing. Professor B.N. Datta, he would show the California Golden Gate Bridge vibrating before he would introduce the control analysis and stability. So that is a top-down approach. And that is what brings students to your program. That's very important. They are good at math. All we need to do is, we need to show them where it can be applied. And in fact, that's why Professor Mukhopadhyay is here in the audience. He is the architect of our new curriculum. And we have various, and I would like him to add 1 or 2 points.
So we're running out of time here.
Professor Kothari, can we reach him?
Sir, it seems Professor Kothari's network is not connected, so you kindly proceed.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay. Is Siddhartha going to say something?
Yeah, Siddhartha, please say something.
So, and we'll finish with that.
The way we are doing semester away program and all that.
Sir,
you have 1 minute. Siddhartha, we're already
1 minute and my time
10 minutes,
now.
10 minutes overtime. Yes, you have 1 minute to give your philosophy.
Yeah, so I personally feel that the power systems programs should bring in a good more amount of energy content, specifically storage and energy management concepts into the program. I mean, the power system traditional programs, power system operation and control, dynamics and stability, these things should be reduced, content should be reduced, and storage and energy management should be introduced.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me just thank everybody. I mean, we can talk about this forever. This is one of the favorite subjects of all professors, but making actual changes have always turned out to be much more difficult than talking about it. With that, thank you very much, and we'll finish up this session here.
Thank you, Professor Bose.
Yeah. Are we having any questions in the chat box?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye-bye.
panelists. Thank you, panelists.
Ah.